But if he says, nope, we're not going to support Russia, then Putin has still got an upper hand because he knows in advance. So I don't know if we have Americans here, but this is disgusting, and I don't know how people do not see it, how people don't talk about it, uh, and speak out. Literally, he's a known traitor. He's got a record of it as long as River Nile. Anyways, that's my thought. And Slava Ukraini.
Slava, yeah, I do believe there's a query on the legality of these things. Genesis Man, if you don't mind, I'll just go to Linda because I think she has something to add to this.
Yeah, legality, yes. So pull out your Dr. Google machine, right? And real simple, just in Wikipedia, do a search on the Logan Act, Logan, which was an act that was initiated actually very early in our republic. I think it was before 1800. That makes it illegal for private citizens of any ilk to be doing anything that can be construed as policy with enemies or potential enemies of the U.S. So Trump is a private citizen, and he has no business, and it's illegal for him to do any kind of negotiation, talking about policy or international relations or anything like that. He is going around subterfuging, if that's the right word, the State Department and this administration, and that's flatly illegal. And that needs to be taken up in earnest. I hope it doesn't just get glossed over, but that needs to be illegality needs to be taken up in earnest. Okay, I shut up now.
No, I totally agree with you, Linda. Genesis Man, talk to me about fire.
Morning, mockers. Morning, Prince. Finally got this flipping twatter to work. Anyway, people. So, yeah, it is a nice fire, and I'll tell you what it's not, and I'll tell you what it is. It's not a premise. It's a tank, and it's an empty tank. And the way you know that is because the sides are folded in a particular way, and also the fire's burning up the outside. So that's just product that's stuck to the sides of the tank that's burning. So and I've looked at lots of the reporting, and they're saying at the premise at the something processing plant. What it should say is at the premise of a processing plant, and you'll have tank farms on those. So that's why you've got it. But yeah, lovely fire. You know I like to see Russia burn, because just thought I'd bring a little bit of clarity to that one. So it is a tank. It is in a tank farm, and it is burning rather well. But it's an empty tank. It's not a full tank, which is unfortunate. I get that, because I do like big bananas or bananas, whatever people call them. But yes, it's just an empty tank. Yeah, but again, a nice drone strike. Well done. Thank you.
Just on that being an empty tank, one of the things they appear to be struggling with at the moment is storage for their products, because they've got problems. So even an empty tank is still quite useful to them. So I'm still quite pleased.
No, I totally agree with you. And they're struggling in two places, aren't they? Because consistently now their production plants have been hit, or production lines have been hit, which is really good. And I know people go, well, that's a little tank. Yeah, it is a little tank, and that's where you would dispense diesel and or other products. I suspect it's diesel, straight onto tankers. So that's the most important bit. If you can't do that, you can't get it out of the yard and around the area to your farmers, to your tanks, and all that malarkey. Then that's really good. But yes, you're absolutely right. So deprive them of all the little parts of the chain that go up to make the production line. Yeah. So we've seen loads of strikes, and we talked about it on the space, haven't we? About production facilities across Russia and occupied Crimea and thereabouts being hit, and now they're going after the storage stuff as well. So it makes sense. Part of the strategic plan, Mox. That's what it is.
I agree. I believe this is all part of a larger plan. Luca, go ahead, my lovely.
Oh, briefly, whoever was talking about Trump meeting Orban and then leaking some strategies to Putin, I'd say don't worry about that. Like, Putin already know exactly what Trump is going to do. I mean, Trump already said it publicly, and probably that same information came from Putin himself. So, Putin already knows. This is probably just more going to be the usual photo op of aspiring dictators or dictators. They like to hang out together and pat each other on the back, and then talk about traditional family values, that is after they sleep with porn stars or facilitate genocide in a neighboring country. All the BS that will be picked up by extreme right-wing propaganda and just being used to stir their base. That's all there is in there. There is no strategic exchange. Putin knows exactly what Trump is going to do when he goes to power. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very true. I just wonder if he's going to bring him a big bundle of cash to help him sort out his other problems. But I do know that the Heritage Foundation are quite strongly linked to Hungary, I believe, and Hungarian cash.
So, I was thinking about this, right? Okay, so this gets a little bit more. Okay, so someone was talking about some acts or this or that and something illegal. The reality of the fact is that Trump is basically claiming he's above the law, and until we prove that he's not, as in he gets prosecuted like he's not above the law, he's just gonna keep on playing this game. So that's one thing. Someone else was talking about that. And well, that's the unfortunate reality, at least throughout the election campaign. But I think the cash thing, I've been thinking, I don't know, I'm open to suggestion from other people. I feel that there has to be so much scrutiny now, right? That say that I'm Putin or someone, I'm trying to because sure, Trump needs some money for the lawsuits and the campaign and this and that. I don't know how they could actually make it appear without getting busted, right? I mean, think about it, right? It'll have to show up, and then some agency will be, oh well, look, you the Putin money. Here it is, right now. Of course, the propaganda machine, on the right wing will then, I don't know, talk about Hunter Biden or something like that to confuse. But I feel that it would be extremely challenging right now during the election campaign. There has to be so much scrutiny on the money flow that I don't know how that would happen. But I don't know. Maybe I'm being naive. What do you guys think?
I don't know. I think there's all sorts of nefarious crap going on, and it's getting more and more obvious, though. I think that's the problem. They're not able to hide it like they were before. So perhaps this is something which he'll get caught out doing. So yeah, should be fun to watch. Perhaps they're letting him fall into his own trap, as it were. Fox Tyrants.
Yes, Luca, I was thinking exactly the same thing. The whole Trump campaign would be under microscope anyways. So if he brings a buttload of cash in to support him with that, then it will be quite obvious. The only way they might bypass it is using numbers. Maybe have different people do different things, but it will take a long time. So I don't know. Also, I think the judges might ask him where he got the money, because usually private citizens such as myself, if we were to suddenly have a lot of money to be transferred somewhere, even if you buy property, for example, you'd have to declare where you got the money from, and if that is scrutinized, and then someone is catching up with you, and then they're like, you're done. That's it. It's very serious stuff. So for someone to be at that spotlight, where they've got half the country is looking at his financials, yeah, it'll be quite difficult to, if not impossible, to get any help.
Yanis, go ahead.
Good day. Hello. Thank you. But how about this Trump? So it's those investigations and scrutinies, and it will mean something to someone, but I guess not in this situation, because look what is happening now. So every proof, every court case against Trump, it's just like additional affirmation for those Trump supporters. Yeah, because they are not hiding this. It's not a problem for them at all. Yeah, so if there was objective, if it's possible, yeah, voters who are looking on facts, looking on where is money, and they care about it, yeah, then it might work. But in this case, it's everything. It's fine for them, and I'm afraid it's also too late. Yeah, we see those poll numbers, we see all those movements in US, what is happening right now. So it doesn't look good. So yeah, I have little hope. And yeah, the Trump is half the problem. The biggest, more worrying problem, at least for me, is the people voting for him. Yes, not only for Trump. Because, I guess this MAGA cult will live even further. Yeah, there is no new leaders in it. So yeah, it's bad. But maybe on same topic, there was this discharge petition for bypassing Moscow Mike in this House of Representatives. It was some time ago mentioned as a workaround to bring this Ukraine bill to voting. For some reason I cannot find any information what has happened with it. Do you have any ideas what is happening? What is the status of this with this voting? And yeah, thank you.
I'm going to go to Prince for this one. Prince, do you know anything about the discharge petition, considering you've been awake during the American evening and I wasn't?
No, I don't, unfortunately. I really don't. I've heard that it isn't it's sort of in the back pocket, but it isn't the main focus is what I've heard at this point. Really, Alan is the one who probably knows the most about the discharge petition. I haven't been following that as closely. I apologize. I don't actually know. News today was very focused on elections. Yeah, primary elections today. Super Tuesday. Weren't focused on getting bills through, and so I don't. I haven't noticed. I don't know. I apologize.
No, I have a feeling that it is moving along. It is still being discussed, but you're right, it is not the main effort, as it were. It's one of these things which is, like you say, back pocket sort of job. That it's a nuclear option if needed, I believe. So they also there's a suggestion that the votes for it are very tight. So that might also be it. They may still be negotiating. Stop doing that, Kat. Luca, go ahead.
Yeah, the discharge petition is kind of on hold. Anyways, like, they need to do, yeah. So there was a primary, the Super Tuesday, and then there is the whole budget discussion, and then like this church petition is just kind of like, oh well, if nothing else works, this is gonna go forward, but it's still gonna take like the better part of March. So it's like Ukraine will not get anything until May or something, so that's also very slow. And then what happens is that Johnson is being a little sneak where because I think he would lose face, right? Or he might even lose the speakership if the discharge petition is successful. So then I think he was like, oh well, look guys, I mean, it's not like I don't like Ukraine. It's just that, like, look at the border and the this and the that and but after we solve all that problem, we're gonna address Ukraine too. And then I feel that, like, some other people in Congress, they either fell for it or they now had an excuse, not to push the discharge petition. So it's stalling tactics. This guy has been stalling since he got the seat, and I don't think that has changed. So now, however, I wanted to say something, I think, to our Norwegian friend. Don't lose hope. There's lots of misinformation. Like, someone was saying that, like, oh, well, the dictators are like Putin goes like, well, look, I'm gonna win anyway, so lose all your hope, and then that's it. The US election will be extremely competitive. It's always been competitive, right? I forgot what, like, Bush won for 300 votes over a country of 300 millions, right? Um, so the reality is that we're in the middle of a huge existential fight, right? And like I say every time I come up, it's a fight between, democracy, tolerance, and authoritarianism, and the kind of shit that brings, right? Like genocides, like in Ukraine. And you need to see the U.S. presidential election just as one major fight, or battle of that huge fight, and and no, don't believe the polls. They be, oh yeah, Biden stuttered twice, so he lost 50% of the votes. No, this is all BS, right? But by no means, Biden was just gonna stroll in and, like, win all the battleground states. It's going to be like a huge fight. Also because there will be interference, right? We discussed about the money. We know the owner of certain social media platforms and all of that. It will be a huge fight, right? But do not lose hope at all. I still have hope that, see, you don't win an election just with the extremists, right? You need the center. Now the center has been squeezing and squeezing and squeezing, but like it's not gone completely, right? And if I had to guess, like, these extreme policies or speeches are not going to motivate the center. Again, by no means this is an easy walk. We're in the middle of a giant fight, but do not lose hope. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Luca. I've been watching this quite closely, and what you see in the US mainstream media is not the full story. There is an awful lot of criticism of nothing, or for example, if one person does particularly well somewhere, they kind of just go, oh yeah, they won that. Yeah, well done to them. And if the other person does even slightly well, it's, oh my God, it was crushing. It was an absolute landslide. And, it's all about the framing, isn't it? And there is quite a lot of the US media who seem to still have this strong bias to big up one and not talk about the other. And so it gives a really false impression. And I'm sure that there is an awful lot of additional propaganda being shoved into the American info space. In fact, pretty obvious to most of us. So, you know, it's all sort of, it's the way it's framed and the way the reporting is done on it is, in a lot of cases, absolutely dreadful. Like, for example, yesterday, there was apparently quite a lot of people who made it known that they weren't keen on the policies of a certain person. I know I can't even say his name; it makes me want to vomit. And so, you know, that there was a couple of places that they won. Yeah, good for them, but not overwhelmingly, not super convincingly. And there was, shall we say, a convincing lean in one direction. And that's why I too have a lot of hope, because I'm seeing the real story under the news narrative. And I think you've got to sort of see past that surface propaganda where it seems to be sort of infotainment, a lot of you know, everything's got to be scandalous or exciting or terrible. There's an awful lot of this everything in the world is falling apart kind of narrative, and I just think that is very much a Russian narrative, that everything is wrong and you can't fix it. The little man means nothing. Your voice is nothing. You know, just abandon all hope, ye who enter here. And that is very much what the Russians do. They cause the public in general to abandon all hope. But we know that American people are much tougher than that. I mean, yes, some of them have been sucked in, and it's shocking to see the things that people believe. But those are specifically being highlighted for the sensationalism. So, you know, it's just a case of you have to just wade past the treacle and see the real picture. And yeah, I'm very positive, to be honest.
Marcus, if I can say, you're right, and then also I think, well, I mean, if we want to give Trump some credit, right? The guy is a giant talking head, and he, you know, he has no idea about like policies or like the kind of damage that his policy would make, but he's really good at manipulating the media. Probably he's been doing that forever. And so yeah, you're right. Like a small win from him becomes like in the media like a giant win, and you know, a big win for Biden is just like, I don't know, what happened. I don't know. The old guy did something okay, but you know, Trump still killed him. So I think this is Trump advantage, and it's probably boosted by all those like propaganda machines, right? So I do notice one thing though, is that I think pretty much everybody in the US, on both sides of the political spectrum, by the way, you can clearly understand that I'm on the liberal side, but also on the Republican side, everybody is preparing for a big fight, right? So it's tense, right? The society knows that this is a big fight, but that also means that there is no spirit of like resignation, right? On both sides. I think if anything, well, sucks that one of the two candidates is a wannabe dictator, but like, take that aside, that's actually I think the result of like a dynamic society and democracy. Okay, well, except for the one little thing that I mentioned, but there is no spirit of resignation. Everybody expects a big fight, and it might be tight, but like it's very difficult to tell who's gonna win. However, every time I talk to my friends in Italy, or more in general in Europe, Spain and other countries, I hear a lot what our friend from Norway said. Oh my God, this is done, and we're done, and then NATO will implode because, like, and then Trump like gives you guys like, wait, you're just assuming that Trump is just gonna win. This is absolutely the wrong assumption. No American in either side of the political spectrum think that, and I think if the propaganda amplifies this across the ocean, in a way that is quite peculiar to me. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you,
sorry,
Luca.
I was stuck in another app.
Yeah, we were we were both like in the middle of doing different things. I apologize. And I see Ming is here for me, I believe. So I'm going to make an exit stage, plop off the balcony, and see you all on Thursday night. Yeah.
Bye
See you all.
bye.
Oh, well, I love you too, Mockers. What are you doing?
What? Hey, I'm saying bye bye. Bye to you. Jan, go ahead.
Trying
It's,
to, just trying to kick me out. Okay, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
sorry on. Yeah, no, I totally agree with what you and Luca is saying. But my point was different. So my point is that right now, lack of support from US, like more like it's almost half a year without shells, ammunition, etc. It's not propaganda. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. It's having
A little bit of news on that, Jan.
yeah, but it's already happening. Yeah, I know that there may come something. Yeah, but Aldirivka is lost. Yeah, lives lives are still lost, etc. etc. And if we have such high price on table like human lives, freedom of whole nation, 50-50 chance. It's not chance. Is something we are not like discussing what to send to Ukraine, HIMARS or ATACMS or F-16s. There is a higher stake, and I believe that this situation is already a losing scenario. So let's compare it to Sweden or to I don't know Baltic states, etc. Yeah. So it's already happened and it's already make huge difference on battlefield. So and I somehow I'm not pessimistic. I'm very realistic, and I believe that finally some of European leaders start to understand that, and I believe that the recent actions by Macron, by Czechs, by Baltic, by Sweden, it's just a simple response to what they are seeing. Because, yeah, as I told, 50-50 chance is not enough. It's not enough. Yeah. Maybe in long term it will be beneficial for Europe to have their own stuff sorted by ourselves. But yeah, we were not expecting that from US partners. So whoever wins, I don't care for US political reason, but in context of Ukrainian war, this battle is already has negative consequences. So it's not propaganda. It's fact. We can see it. Avdiivka. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people have sent messages to a certain American politician saying, we hope you received appropriate thanks from Russia for your actions. Now, however, I do want to just interject that there is a few anecdotal where are we? Why have I got a mic open? Sorry, I can't. I was getting feedback. There is a few anecdotal notes from people in various parts of the front saying that they have a personal feeling that shells are finally starting to flow. During the day, the line near Donetsk turned into an artillery hell. Aviation from both sides, tanks, and everything was working. Earlier, when this came to us, we had minimal response, but today everything is buzzing. Caesars, howitzers, all day and night, artillery. The god of war has returned to the battlefield. Oh, no, sorry, the goddess of war has returned to the battlefield, and we praise her. So that's coming from a Ukrainian source and suggests that indeed there is a bit of a breakthrough with regards to some shells being delivered to the front. Brian, I think you were next. You dropped down, come back up again. Go ahead.
Yeah, one question I had was we all know how important the 155 shells are for Ukraine, but as I've been tracking and just keeping tabs on Twitter, that there's smaller shells like 125s. I'm not sure what the millimeter is, but there's some shells that are under the 155s that are being used against the Vatniks. And I was just curious if I could, just ask you or anyone else in the space, how important are those smaller shells, and how prevalent are they, and are they going to make a difference? Because I checked out over the last month or so because just wanted to get some sanity back. But this is another weapon that the Ukrainians can use. And by the way, the drones, Mockers, the drone footage, wow, just incredible. The expertise on the Ukrainian side with the drones against not only the hard assets, tanks, military personnel vehicles, but also just Russian soldiers, Slava Ukraine, and just very impressive what the Ukrainians are doing with drones. And, we're going to win this thing. But it is impressive to see the people doing it. We can talk about it from 5,000 miles or 10,000 miles away, but they're doing an exceptional job.
Heroem Slava, they absolutely are. Yes, it's 122 millimeter. I think you're thinking of, and well, yes, 122 millimeter are also very useful. The thing is, if you don't have any 155s and you have a pile of 122s, you're going to use them, aren't you? A number of systems use the 122 millimeters. I don't know which because I'm a girl and I didn't bother to check. I'm sure somebody else can find out for me. However, yeah, very useful. 155s are the most useful, but when you're lacking in one thing, you will pick up another. So, yeah, certainly any amount of either of those types of shells is probably very useful right now. Luca, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say one more thing and then I'll go to sleep. So, Janice, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, understand that the US, in the middle of such a existential election campaign, I'm not excusing it, but let's just say that it's being distracted. Plus, there are those nefarious actors that are directly, playing for, for the opposite side. But that's the reality of the fact. But I wanna end on a positive note. Before the war started, when I was in Europe and I was talking to some friends of mine, they were saying, "Oh, we're criticizing the US and this and that." And I was saying, "Look, something about imperialism or something like that. So, look, Europe should have a European defense strategy. Period. Right? Now, if anything, what we learned since October, since the US basically stopped supplying weapons, or started paring down and then eventually stopped, is that an alliance of still relatively uncommitted European countries, okay? Because it's not like Europe went all in. With almost no US support, and with Ukraine, is basically able not only to hold the line, okay, but it's also like kicking Russian ass right and left. They're sinking like giant ships and like, you know, those giant UFO airplanes like falling out of the skies and the Sukhois, like it's like, you know, leaves in the fall, okay? And that is when the US stopped supporting. Sure, they took a town, Advitka, probably medium important stuff. They didn't take Kiev, right? Like they wanted to do at the beginning. And they're making some advances here and there, but like they had huge costs, right? And this is only thanks to, oh, well, then the Czech Republic was like, oh, I found 800,000 shells, right? So this, if anything, should show the Europeans that probably just like Europe alone, if it was committed for Ukraine to win, just Europe alone could do it. They don't even need the US. They could do it, okay? Scholz could be like, okay, you know, fuck it, you know, what do you need? Here it is. You know, calls is like, you know, industrial friends, and they just ship tanks and Taurus and all of that. And so for France, Italy, UK, whatever. And I think this is like proof. You know, it's proof. It's that is the reality, right? And then what's gonna happen is that at some point the US is gonna be like, oh yeah, well, okay, we're back, and then yeah, well, good luck, Russia. Good night.
Well, you're right. At the point that they turn up, I think Russia's gonna, have some even more serious finding out, because they're certainly getting their ass kicked at the moment, aren't they? Their air force and naval fleet, just not what they used to be. Ben, welcome up.
Thanks, Mockers. Hello, Ming. I've been banging this drum for a couple of weeks, so I'm sorry if I sound repetitive, but I guess that's what happens when you bang a drum. You know, in my travels and talking to people around the United States and also the UK, I've come to the conclusion that even Ukraine supporters are very, very strongest. Many of our staunch supporters are not as clear on the war as we on MriyaReport are. And it's really kind of shocking to me, because here on MriyaReport, I mean, we are really well educated and informed, and know, you know, have a good sense of both the big picture, the strategic aspects of the war, the tactical aspects of the war, that what's at stake, you know, genocide, and so on and so forth. I don't need to explain it here to everybody here, but outside of here, I've really come to the shocking understanding that even the people who say, yes, I'm for Ukraine, I'm strong for Ukraine, and the thing I liken it to, it's being strong for like Manchester United, or your favorite your favorite, whatever, for whatever reason, your favorite football team, soccer in the US, and not knowing who the players are, how the game, what happened in today's game, or anything much about the team at all. But they'll wear the jersey, and they're very happy when there's a win, and they don't like it when the team loses on a particular day, and they really love the championship. And that is really, really a big surprise to me. That's basically the situation. And I'm not down on our supporters for that. I mean, or Ukraine supporters for that. I mean, they have a basic, you know, belief or reason why they are supporters, and they're strong supporters, staunch supporters. But I think this leads to huge problems, both even with them because what in understanding, basically the ebb and flow of the situation, but also with politicians and people outside who are either neutral or don't pay as much attention because they don't really understand what's going on. I'm going on a little bit long about this, but I want to make that sort of an introduction because I think, you first have to identify an issue before you can address it. And I think that this is really, for whatever, and when I bring it up here on MriyaReport, people say, well, I've heard some people say that, yeah, well, Zelensky said this and it's the Ukrainians say that. Whatever has been said, whatever is said, is very interesting and important. But it's in the information space, the messaging is not getting through. And I don't know the solution to this, but I think it's worth mentioning. And I think, yeah, I'm sorry. And I think that one of the things that we do sometimes is focus. I just don't know the answer to it. I don't know how we can, because we're a small group on MriyaReport. Of course, the influence is broad, but I just want to bring that up as an issue. And I don't know. I just don't know how we can improve the messaging so that, because the journalists, most of the journalists, I mean, I know a lot of journalists at this point that deal with the war and don't deal with the war, and they're not clear on the issues, and they lose sight of the genocidal nature of it. But I think one thing that I think that Ukraine can do, the government, which hasn't been done sufficiently in the messaging space, even though it said, is to express the Ukrainian resolve that Ukraine is not going to surrender Crimea in a negotiation, and that it will fight with or without the United States supply of weapons, which Zelensky has said. He said that a couple of weeks ago or last week, he said that there will be, they have two plans. Ukraine has two plans, one with US weapons, one without US weapons, but the oblique messaging isn't working. And I think in the case of Israel, as I mentioned, they've been very explicit, the government, that the destruction of Hamas is the one of the main goals of the war, and it must be achieved. And that has pissed off the United States, but their position is clear. The Ukrainian position in the public eye, and I don't think the Ukrainian position is clear that what the terms of victory are. And I'm just putting it out there. I don't know what the solution is in the messaging space. I think, but I just wanted to mention it, and so that's the. I've said this a few times. I don't know how many more times I'll say it, or you'll put up with it. But there you go. Thanks a lot. Thanks, mockers.
No worries. Thanks, Ben. I think, again, it's the difference between words and actions, isn't it? You can say you support something. You can do nothing to do anything to actually support them. Giving vocal support is brilliant, but it's the actions that come with it that we need to sort of, push. That is the most important bit. So yes, it's great to say you support, but unless you do something, what kind of support is it?
Yeah, if you don't mind me just adding to that, mockers, what I agree with you on that. Although I think it's good to have supporter. I mean, I'm not just talking about political support. I mean the public. I mean people in the street who support and who don't, who don't know. Like they're wearing the jersey, they're wearing the team colors. I'm all for that, whether they know the reason or not. They all the details. They are on the right team. But when it comes to the politicians, for example, I heard Ron Johnson, who's a senator in the United States, on a podcast like 2 days ago. And yeah, it's true. I don't only listen to MriyaReport. although I wish it's sometimes good to listen to these other guys too. And he was positing a completely a, a view of what's going on in the war that is just not what's going on in the war, or not an understanding of the situation. I mean, he's a senator of the United States, very important person to. I don't know if he'll ever come around. Let's just put it that way. But what he was saying is important to understand why he would say these things, because it's again a failure in the messaging space that even his position could be considered worthy. And what he said, what he said basically is what you've heard, which is he believes that Ukrainian. I mean, two things. One is the why send money to Ukraine because they have a border issue, as he put it, when the U.S. is not sending money to deal with its own border issue. First, send money to the U.S. border issue, then to the Ukrainian border issue, is how he put it. That's almost exact his words. But the other thing that, I mean, you can't really help with that one. But the one that I think is really meaningful, because a lot of people believe it, is that to help Ukraine, he says, it helped them end the bloodshed by forcing them, and he really used the word force, them to negotiating table. And who really needs Crimea anyway, when so many people are getting bloodied and wounded and killed, and that I think is what Ukraine, the government of Ukraine, can do, is say we are not going to negotiating table, and make it really, really clear that the resolve of the people and the will of the people is such that that position is just not going to happen. Now, with Ron Johnson, I don't think he can ever be persuaded away from whatever position he's got. But I think there are a lot of people who don't have, who can be, if they just understand that bleeding Ukraine is not going to get the war to end sooner. So, okay, now I've really said enough. Thanks for the floor again, Mockers. I appreciate it.
No worries. The reason I oohed in the middle of that was because it's a good job he wasn't in the room with me when he said that, because he'd have received a slapping. I know, I'm so violent these days. But yeah, forcing Ukraine to the negotiating table. Hang on. There's two people involved in this. There's two countries involved in this. What about forcing Russia to the negotiating table? And asking them to bring some actual solutions. You know, that it's amazing how everybody focuses on Ukraine. Ukraine must do this. Ukraine must do that. No, F off. Russia must. Full stop. They invaded. They can choose to leave. There's, situation. Right. I think Decoding, you were next. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I did a podcast this morning, Radicalized Pod, and one of the things I talked about there, which is key in distant folklore and counter distant folklore, is to look for the energy in any meme. So the meme just described there, Ron Johnson. The energy in there is coercive control, as you emphasize, force. So anytime you see the mana, the energy of coercive control in any meme, whether visual, auditory, or on the page, whether from any journalist or for anyone, in any context, then you know this is an authoritarian who's not open to data, and on the fly, in real time, you can discount it in the sense of weight 0.0001 by comparison to a competing meme. So it's imminent in all Russian propaganda. It's the language of force. It's the language of authoritarianism. And even without knowing anything about Ukraine, you know that it's nonsense. And Mockers explained why, because there's two in this. They're framing it wrongly. And so what can we do as supporters of Ukraine? Well, we can have a very clear idea of where we are in the war and of, for instance, the Ukrainian cabinet of ministers has approved a document in about May 2022 in which they clearly said 100% of Ukraine. That has been approved by the Ukrainian parliament. And just the other day, the European Parliament, expressing the settled will of 450 million Europeans, including me, but sadly excluding mockers for the time being. But I think she'd sign up to this resolution. The very first clause of this resolution, which I've never seen anything like it in my 30 years of looking at European Parliament resolutions, says we will support Ukraine for as long as it takes and give them whatever they need to win. Then it defines winning as regaining 100% of its territorial integrity. It defines winning as being the whole of Crimea, and it characterizes what Russia has done in occupied Crimea for the last 10 years as potential genocide. And it goes on and on and on and on. And anyone, whether a journalist or a politician who hasn't yet got the message, will never get the message, and they're not worth your time trying to convert, because if they're in a position of authority, they're a journalist or they're a politician, or they're even on this space. I got a thing the other day from someone again who's concern trolling. Oh, I really support Ukraine, but this, and this, and you point out to them, look, here is the latest evidence from proper sociological surveys in a free society, i.e. Ukraine, that what they consider victory and that they believe in victory. And so that we go back to the manner, the energy of coercive control. And this is the woman saying, no, 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 no. And I have been, because I know Ukrainians, because I spent 7 years talking to Ukrainian leaders, since even before the full-scale invasion, in the run-up and the weeks up to it, I was telling everyone that I worked with as a diplomat, in my chain of command, by letter and by thing, I say, look, Ukraine will never surrender. It's just not going to happen, ever. And any strategy that depends on trying to coerce Ukrainians into surrendering is just never going to work, because they are agents of their own destiny. They're all in on this, and they understand the consequences of surrender, which is death, torture. And besides, us as Westerners, as non-Ukrainians, the question is almost beyond Ukrainians at this point. This is a question, as brilliantly Prime Minister of Italy put it the other day. This is, Ukraine must regain its territorial integrity, otherwise the entire legal architecture falls apart. International law, the whole post-World War II settlement. And there are many people working for newspapers and media outlets whose only goal is to destroy the post-World War II legal architecture. The proudly unwoke, the oligarch-owned media, they are at one with President Putin, that they want to destroy the guarantees of territorial integrity in the UN Charter and all of that stuff. And so whenever we see that energy in anything anyone is ever saying, we can just say to them, look, Ukraine won't surrender, but even if it wouldn't surrender, then we must defend our international rules-based order to defend it. On the so, no means no. Ukraine has said it 1,000 times. It's in law. It's now in European law. It's in international law, right to territorial integrity. And thankfully, as most of us have been watching for the past 2 years, as Macron, he's finally in position, but really after Butcher, he came into position in terms of understanding that Crimea, there's no Crimea compromise. And the numbers of powerful people who believe in a Crimean compromise is down to single digits in any particular group. We do have concerned trolls like Sachs or other people who feign interest or care about Ukrainians, but of course all they care about is secondary sanctions or having to unwind their venture capital funds. And so again, this is another thing we can help people cut through. These people don't know Ukraine, they don't know Ukrainians, they don't care for the international rules-based order. In fact, people like David Sachs and Elon Musk and others, their only goal is to destroy constraints from international law on their right to enslave labor in their car factories or in any other thing. That is their only goal. They're paleo male conservatives who want to create this 1930s society. That is their goal, along with President Putin and the axis of misogyny. So we can help them cut through this by explaining to them where we are in the conflict. And where we are in the conflict, as I understand it, is phase 2 was launched on the 29th of March 2022 after Russia retreated from Kyiv and the Kyiv region. And phase 2 will never be realized, ever. And all phase 2 involves is the occupation of the whole of Donetsk and Luhansk. And then it slightly extended when they incorporated parts of Kherson and Zaporozhye into their constitution, their so-called constitution. But the only reason they did this is for an informational war, because their only strategy, Russia's only strategy after the retreat from Kyiv, when they realized they couldn't conquer Ukraine, has been to try and persuade foreign powers like the United States, like the European Union, to force Ukraine to concede. And as anyone knows, Ukraine and Ukrainians knows that that was as likely to happen as conquering Kyiv. It was never going to happen. No matter how many editorials or journalists write about this, America will never persuade Ukraine to surrender. It's just never going to happen, because Ukrainians will know they will be killed if they surrender. There's no benefit to it. And so to give any credence or value to the Russian strategy is a weakness, and I think you'll see it in many different guises. Whether it's about Avdiivka, the whole point of taking Bakhmut, they were supposed to take so the chef was supposed to take Bakhmut by the end of July 2022. He didn't take it. It took them 10 months. So people who don't have their eye on the entire arc of the war go, oh, they shouldn't have stayed in Bakhmut. This was a complete disaster. No, that led directly to the coup. It led directly to the destruction of the Wagner Nazis. It led to the chef being taken off the scene for now, at least, and then this Avdiivka thing, which they've been trying to take for 10 years, they lost, at a conservative estimate, 50,000 souls taking, and I've done the math on this, basically, at the rate of attrition it took them to take 0.029% of Ukraine, it's 29 square kilometers of Ukraine, which is 500,000 square kilometers. Russia would need 1 billion soldiers to take the rest of Ukraine. And it just doesn't have 1 billion soldiers. And so Avdiivka can be conceded in the same way the Russians conceded Moscow to Napoleon, in knowing that it has no strategic meaning except as an informational warfare thing. So the whole idea was to take Avdiivka, and again, this same thing which keeps on popping up again, that would persuade Western powers to persuade Ukraine, which is just the premise of this is just nuts, even without the European Parliament resolution and the fact that most European countries now understand that, in a way they didn't in May 2022, that only the occupation of the whole of Ukraine can be considered a victory. And people who are repeating this troll, oh, we don't know what victory means. I mean, it's there, it's in the documents. If you don't know it by now, you're either no use to us as pro-Ukrainian supporters, and I can, if I'm patient in certain circumstances and I've got time, I might explain what I've just explained here. But otherwise, just get out of the way. You're not helping things. And all we can do is do mimetic warfare. We can make sure whenever we see all these trolls from David Sachs or journalists or people concerned trolling or people pushing the Crimea Compromise, is ensure that underneath this message is the truth about the European Parliament resolution, about Ukrainian resolve, about how disastrous this invasion has been for Russia, and I think that is how we can help and be clear-eyed on this. But don't waste time trying to convert the unconvertible. Like Ron Johnson, I know the last speaker wasn't saying convert him, but these people aren't in good faith. And even if they are in good faith, they're too dumb and too far removed from the truth, which is Ukraine will never surrender, whether it takes early or not. And finally, my working assumption is, along with astute Ukrainians at this point, is that there will be no more US aid, military aid, until November, at least. And if you put that into your calculations, then we can lift ourselves out of this complete soap opera of the Congress and not worry too much about it. I mean, obviously, we should do what particularly our representatives.
Oh, hello. You've gone into a dead zone decoding. But I get what you were saying. You were kind of at your last point there. Yeah, we can still put pressure on people, but the Ukrainians have made a decision that they won't be receiving any more aid from the US until November, and are planning based upon that. And I think that's absolutely realistic of them, to be totally honest. And it's good to see the European countries really starting to step up now. It's about blimmin' time. Linda, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Ben, what you were saying, absolutely, yes. Yes. Totally agree. And it's about messaging. And I've been working on something. It's totally doable. And you don't know me, trust me, even though you have no basis to trust me, but nevertheless, it's doable. Now, my focus has been in the US with a limited, a circumscript problem space with regard to messaging. Decoding what you were saying, yes. Now, anybody within MriyaReport, I have a need to connect with the likes of George Lakoff, Cass Sunstein, Dan Early, people of that level and of that ilk. Now, I could be persuaded, decoding, to expand or refocus the problem space that I'm looking at if progress could be made elsewhere first. And so decoding, if you want to talk offline in a more secure venue, there's a way to accomplish that, and please DM me and maybe we can talk if you're interested. But I have things to help make that happen. Okay, that's my spiel.
Marcus, do you mind if I just jump in for 1 second to answer Linda?
Yeah, go.
Thanks, Marcus. For those people, Linda, what you said is very interesting. For those people who don't know who George Lakoff is, he is a cognitive psychologist who's very influential in my thinking. He wrote one of the seminal works in how people understand the world, called "Women, Fire, and Dangerous Things," and he talks about set theory. I won't go into the whole thing, but I think Linda is onto something, because I think that's how people organize their own thoughts about the world. So Linda, I'd be interested in talking to you. So anyway, if you have a chance, it's really worth looking at his book. It's one of the premier books in the whole field, Women, Fire, and Dangerous Things, which, by the way, he points out that because of your own beliefs, Women, Fire, and Dangerous Things his title doesn't mean what you think it means. It has a different meaning. So that's how category theory, set theory works. Anyway, thanks a lot. I'm done. I appreciate it, Mockers.
Can I respond to that really quickly?
Go on.
Yeah, please DM me and we can connect. There's another book that I would, of Lakoff's, that I would highly recommend. And the title of it is Don't Think of an Elephant. So, okay.
Thank you very much, both of you. And if anybody is listening and hasn't yet seen To the Zero Line, go and have a check out of Ben's account and watch that film, because it's well worth doing so. Will, go ahead.
So on Ben's point a while back, when people like Ron Johnson say things these days, everybody, including journalists particularly, but everybody who's around there at this point really has a duty to call him out when he says things like he did, force them to the negotiating table, because that is the language of an authoritarian. And we need to remind people like Ron Johnson that he and a group of just Republican senators, who are the same Republican senators who are against doing any aid to Ukraine now, are the same senators who went to Moscow on July 4th, I might remind you, 2018, and came back from that trip totally convinced by Putin that the election interference that they were rightly sanctioned for, Russia was rightly sanctioned for interfering in the 2016 election, and we know a lot more about that now than we did in 2018. He went with 8 other senators, Republican senators, including a real piece of shit named Steve Daines from Montana, and came back from that thing going, Putin's a great guy. We've overestimated the effect that interference had on our elections, and those sanctions aren't doing any. The sanctioning we've done is overkill, right? And then they went on to say that Trump's the guy that was tough on Putin than ever. I'll remind you again, all those sanctions were put in place under a president named Barack Obama, and only after Trump took over and couldn't get the changes he wanted. Because remember, these guys met with Putin in 2018. A month later, he met with Kisleva and Lavrov, the foreign minister and the ambassador, in the White House Oval Office, kicked everybody out except the translator, and then took the translator's notes, which is against the legislation in America in relation to presidential records. Trump doesn't care. Ron Johnson doesn't care. Look, I'm not saying these guys are carrying water for Putin or he's got compromat on them or something, but boy, they certainly aren't acting like Americans who are interested in America's interests first, because I would force this idiot to revisit his statements about what he said in 2018 with what we know now and what we know about the election interference in 2020, and we know about Putin's history since then, right? These things all have a history to them, and when he brings up things like Ukraine should be forced to the table now, what forced to the table? Like the impeached president was impeached for trying to coerce and blackmail him with military support in the form of Javelin missiles to dig up some dirt on his opponent for the 2020 election. They tried to downplay the interference in the 2016 election. Their president, who they met with after the fact and met with in preparation for the January 6th insurrection, they met, these are all on the presidential records. He met, folks, there's something going on here. And anytime Ron Johnson speaks, or Steve Daines speaks, or Matt Rosendale speak, or any of these other people who are out there carrying water for Putin, they need to be confronted by journalists or the station that they let them spew their garbage on. So Ron Johnson gets on it and puts that on, and they accepted that as a reasonable position on a Sunday news program, probably. That program should be complained to bitterly by everybody who's listening. They should all hammer them with, complaints. Call the station, the FCC, the overseer. We have to push back on these people, these officials, like a senator, a sitting U.S. senator, putting out propaganda for the Russians, whether they're doing it because they don't know any better, or they're bad actors, like I believe Ron Johnson actually is, given the other circumstantial evidence and direct testimony that's available in relation to his participation in setting up the January 6th thing, folks. Well, this doesn't all happen in a vacuum. He's got to be called out on stuff like that, because Ben's right and decoding's right, and letting this sort of shit stand as if they have a valid point of view in the world is just it's infuriating, obviously.
It can be infuriating, yes. For every child, go ahead. Every child, are you there? Okay, David, go ahead. Can anybody hear me?
You're coming
Well,
through
I
just
can.
fine.
I probably drove them all away. Hey, Ming.
No, you didn't drive me away, Will. Don't worry. I can hear you, Marcus, no problem. For every child, are you? Can you hear us?
Nope, looks as though she might be asleep. David Bailey?
Sorry, Marcus. Away with the fairies there. Why did I put my hand up? Yeah, messaging. I'm not sure I got all of that, so I wondered if you could just give me a quick summary of what Ben and Linda was talking about. But on the messaging side, we are working on something, and that's why I'm asking. So we're doing something with Ben Tallis, Jochen Kleinschmidt, Roderick Kiesewetter, and Konrad Schuler, and I think that's going to be quite exciting. So I don't want to say too much about it yet, but we're working on something there. So maybe Ben, if he's still up, or Linda can just explain a little bit about what they were talking about regarding messaging, because it might be something that's relevant. I can sort of give you a taster about what we're working on.
Can I just butt in here for a second?
Well,
Knowing
you did.
a little.
Go for it.
Pardon me?
I said you already did, so go for it.
As a person who can say that I have a little bit knowledge what David is talking about and a little bit of knowledge about what Linda is talking about, David and Linda should talk. That's all. Noted.
Okay, you guys, feel free to DM one another, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Ben, you might be very helpful for us in this initiative regarding. I'm putting this in a way which is hopefully mildly entertaining. Interface into the world of show business and media. So,
Ben, do you want to come back on that quick?
Yeah, well, I'll DM you, David. Sure. I think this is our group here, not just the people here, but the extended MriyaReport family. It has really, basically the right mind, the right spirit, and a whole load of capability, but not yet focused outside of our group. So I think it's I'm interested to hear what you have in mind. So I'll DM you.
Great, thanks a lot.
Awesome. Decoding, go ahead.
So yeah, I work on this full time, have been since February 2020. I've just posted in the purple space a podcast I did this morning, which works on it continues the silicon curtain, describing this disinfolklore method, which is about giving people a set of tools we carry with us. So whenever, for instance, we see the energy of coercive control in any meme, we understand its effect is to promote the end of the post-World War II order. And whenever you detect that energy, you can understand this is our enemy. If you support the post-World War II settlement, genocide convention, laws of war, human rights protected as a matter of law, constraints on domestic and municipal action, and this looking for the energy in particular memes, however they appear, itself is a practice we can acquire rather than entering into the emotional journey, the particular meme, whether it's a story, a book, a film, or one picture, or a sound, or your cat meowing at you, or a journalist's article. Once you're looking for that energy, then that can help you find it, identify it, and react in a deliberate way rather than getting swept along with it. The vulnerability of someone like Ron Johnson, and which he shares with Putin, and which Putin designs and the Russians design their propaganda to suit, is these people want a world that Handmaid's Tale describes. And you can say to me, well, that's a valid way, we just all have different ways. And I'll say to you, no, it's not a valid way, because international law, post-World War II settlement, everyone has a right to participate in public decision-making. You cannot get rid of half the population. And so, yes, you can express that view, but if you are trying in any way actively to bring that view into a state of law, then those of us who are committed to the post-World War II settlement must look at these kinds of attempts with very cleared eyes and understand this is the threat. And people like Johnson and Putin doesn't need a picture of Johnson doesn't need a picture of Johnson's Johnson in the shower, if you'll excuse my pun. All he needs to know is that Johnson is totally committed to Handmaid's Tale. The vulnerability that most newspaper journalists or media journalists have is twofold. One, they are beholden to a corporate entity which is often controlled by an oligarch, which more often than not themselves wants Handmaid's Tale. So it's no coincidence that the oligarch-owned media, whether the oligarch is from Thailand, China, America, France, England, or Guernsey, they all agree with this paleo-conservative view on the world. They do not want human rights protected as a matter of law. They do not want constraints on their individual actions as proprietors of businesses. They don't want labor laws. They don't want to have to pay money to sick people. They don't want to pay more tax. And this, again, is all part of this. They're trying to return us to the social conditions of the 1930s. And the disguises of their trolls, which are designed to emotionally move us to support, for instance, getting rid of the Refugee Convention, under which everyone has the right to seek asylum, provided they have a well-founded fear of persecution on certain protected grounds, which include political views and religion, ethnicity. We have other international conventions which protect us from discrimination on the grounds of sex. So Handmaid's Tale is not a valid mode to argue for in a democratic society. It cannot exist with the post-World War II legal architecture. The other vulnerability that journalists have is this horse race thing. So you will see polls are reported to create this horse race. So most if not all of the polls which put Trump neck and neck with President Biden and Vice President Harris are done using telephones. They're methodologically dodgy, like any poll done in Russia. And their interests, their vulnerabilities, we need to sell story, we need to sell conflict. And so we mustn't look at these people as representing a reality that exists independent of what they're writing. They create the reality by persuading us it's a horse race. Trump has no chance in actuality, but his only play is to, as he did in 2020, his only play was to promote an insurrection and a coup, and that insurrection and coup is still ongoing in real time. We've seen the Supreme Court decisions. We've seen the letters from the Supreme Court justice who never should have been put in there because of his attitude to women. So again, this Handmaid's Tale comes in. Many of us will remember the Clarence Thomas hearings and all of that malarkey. We remember Kavanaugh and the very credible and very brave testimony or evidence given by his rape victim. So this is what ties together all of these paleo male conservatives, and this is the essential battle of our age. And whether or not they know Putin or Putin has a picture of their Johnson, they are compromised by their Handmaid's Tale, their dream about a world in which women are subjected to male dominance and all rights are subject to the father, the patriarchal figure in the household. This is their game, and this is what the war in Ukraine means, because obviously President Zelensky is the opposite of this in terms of leadership. Ukraine is the opposite of this in terms of structure of its society. And they think if we can just beat Ukraine, which is never going to happen, that Handmaid's Tale will be just that bit closer. If we can let Iran or China take over or Trump take over, we'll get our Handmaid's Tale. And that's the diabolical pact the evangelical Christians have made with Putin and with Trump. But of course, this is a meeting of minds. This isn't a contradiction between the evangelical Christians and Trump as a dissolute, non-God believing. They are united in their belief in the dream, their utopia is a Handmaid's Tale out.
Well, yeah, we've seen the horrifying loss of rights and things like that. So yeah, I understand that. Yeah, taking away rights, you can do it very quickly, but getting them back is very, very difficult indeed. For every child, are you with us?
Oh yes, Marcus, thank you so much. I was with you before, but I was making coffee and my phone is black and I couldn't find it against a black background. Ben, you are speaking so eloquently about the people in the United States who truly feel committed to Ukraine are not getting current messages with which to be able to act. And it reminds me of the verbal illustration given here when we were talking about culture yesterday of the Apache Indians on horseback being able to shoot 6 arrows at a time, and the settlers having two single shot pistols and a musket and could get off 3 shots, but there were the arrows were coming 6 arrows a minute, which of course was not a doable rate of defense. We are facing something of the same with Russia's volume of disinformation. I would argue for a change of paradigm to at least make headway against that onslaught in a more efficient manner. Every single day, I get some different insight where the day before I thought, oh, I've got it. I know exactly what to do. This is going to work. very much like Gina thought, if I go to Ukraine, they'll listen to me when I come back and speak with a voice from the people. The answer to your question and why it requires a different paradigm to work from. The answer to your question is most, or all countries in the world have electronic fences around them that prevent a great deal of information from entering the country, which means each country is totally dependent upon their news sources for information. And those news sources are like the settler with 2 pistols and a musket. As soon as they raise their head up, they can be done away with, as what happened with my cousin. As a radio broadcaster in Dallas, Texas. As soon as he began pushing back, even with 14, 15, 17 years experience at a single station, and even being in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame, he was dismissed, not allowed to train the person who was replacing him, and has not been in radio since. And that's been 5 or 6 years now. But what I'm saying is a different paradigm. If we understand that the people wanting to support Ukraine are not hearing the messages that they require in order to respond in rapid fire fashion, then that's a different tack, a different fight. To try to illustrate this in a sharper fashion, when anyone goes to a different country and they discover that they're not hearing news that they hunger for, they get a VPN so that they can pierce the electronic fence. And only those people are really aware of what the things that they wanted to know and became suddenly missing, or feel impelled to get a VPN. But it would be all of us if we knew what we were missing. That said, just to backtrack a little bit more, either during World War II or shortly after World War II, at least the more expensive radios had local stations in shortwave. The old pedestal radio stations included shortwave, which meant there was no electronic barrier at that time because everyone could hear Churchill as instantly as they could hear Roosevelt. And so for a period of time, there were no fences between at least our country and England. And during that same period of time, the amateur radio operators were just absolutely had exploded all over the country and maybe all over the world. I don't know that. But the amateur radio operators were also piercing the barrier of communication. And they were a tight-knit community, and their voices were being heard throughout. And so there were many more opportunities for information to come into the country. I had hoped that just contacting papers and reporters and giving them information would be, quote unquote, the magic bullet. It's helpful, it's necessary, and I'm doing it with student papers too, because student papers don't have the scrutiny that other media has, and they have a little bit more freedom from my own personal experience working on a student paper. However, it's still a matter of the settler with a musket and 2 pistols and somebody that can shoot 6 arrows a minute, not being really a balanced defense. I just by knowing that the word is not piercing through, and where it does pierce through, people are summarily dismissed or silenced. We can't afford that. We can't lose this battle. We can't afford to have the voices that are informed to be silenced. what happened to me in the last 2 weeks is I began taking the messages from MriyaReport and from my stream that I thought would resonate back to my audience of one. We have to know who our audience is. We just can't shout out into a vacuum and hope that the message gets out. We must know who the audience is and speak to that audience. Okay, so I was taking these posts, understanding my audience of one that I was communicating with, and I was putting them into text messages for their community, because at that time I do not think they were on Twitter at all. In just a few days, those messages that I was sending were being relayed to another state with the same type circle of community in that other state, realizing that I'm focusing on communities here because one person isn't going to be as effective as a community, and any community will work. Nevertheless, within a few days' time, it was already going to the community in another state, a community in Australia, and a community in South Africa. And this is just in a matter of days. We can help break through that electronic fence by cutting and pasting posts that will speak to people we know, that would not otherwise hear it. And it's even more helpful if they belong to a church or a scout troop or a college or any group that they have the networking with. I mean, even if they're a cashier at Walmart, for crying out loud, between the time I retired and the time my Social Security kicked in, I grabbed a job at Walmart in a hurry, which is what many people who retire do. I found out that I was working besides high school coaches and executives and all kinds of people who were just grabbing something quick until everything came together. Those communities are prime targets to prioritize for these kinds of text messages to help get through the electronic fence. I grant you, I've only been onto this for about 2 weeks, and it's really baby steps for me. But as Will said, when he had somebody he admires, and I don't know the name, and I can't give you the details, but Will knows, who jumped from trial and error testing and making mistakes to formulating a scientific way of predicting something would come without any trial and error. I don't know how it will happen, but that's what we need to find to communicate what Ukraine needs. We need to find something that doesn't require the trial and error that we're doing now. But until we have that mental picture that just works without testing, everyone just has to do what works for them. For me, it works to communicate to an audience of one who is connected to a community, because communities are a tool in defense against genocide, and it is genocide that we are fighting here. And it is not too soon to begin working on getting the whole Holodomor movie, Mr. Jones, to go viral at this point, because it is a wake-up call. It is a startling wake-up call. It may very well put someone out of commission for 2 or 3 days. I recommend doing this on Fridays, give people time to recover. But the message that this isn't a one-off deal with Russia and Ukraine, that this is a centuries-old deal. That movie speaks to that instantly. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava, and yeah, it's a targeted information campaign that you're really doing there, and yeah, it is right to, you know, choose the audience for your, choose the message for your audience, know your customer, sort of thing, and the more we can do that, the better. So yeah, congratulations. It's something that is, you know, you capture people's hearts and minds one at a time, I think. But as more and more, you know, more and more people sort of have a change of heart, you know, then you start to see the movement take effect. For example, look at all those people that came out on the second year occasion for Ukraine. You know, I would imagine the very first people that turned up were kind of like, well, we're here. And then look what happened, the massive amount of support. And nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd. It's something that I heard a long time ago, and I do agree, you know, that if there is a crowd, more people turn up to see what's going on. And so, yeah, to sway a group or a community, well, that then can have an exponential effect. Now then, Will, I believe you've had enough time to look at this fire at Shagonarsk. Rude. That there appears to have been two separate hits on this location. So one on the storage container, and then shortly after, while they were dealing with that fire, there appears to have been another one on the building itself. Is that right?
No, I don't think so. I think the fuel depot strike is in Kursk province. The only strike I see, the power plant strike, or not a strike, but the coal dust fire in Shagonarsk has taken out that power plant. Well, as far as I know, I haven't seen anything more from Shagonarsk. But there are a couple of oil depots in the last 24 hours.
At Kursk.
Yeah, in Kursk province, yeah.
Yeah, I put another video into the nest about the one at Kursk. So a second UAV hit the mining and beneficiation plant. Now,
yeah, so that's a big construction materials plant, and yeah, they've hit the plant itself, but yeah, and interesting to me that they would hit this the fuel depot there. And you remember 24 hours ago we were talking about a fuel depot not far away from here that was hit in the farming land in Kursk province or Oblast. But this strike now, if they've hit the oil depot at that facility, because it's quite a large, and they probably use quite a lot of fuel because it's called a construction materials plant, but you know they've got a huge quarry there. It's produces a lot, and maybe they produce some specific construction, some aggregate or something that they use in road or railway building that's of particular use to Russia in the region, I guess. I'm not exactly sure why would they hit this, because you wouldn't normally think of a relatively non-sexy quarry and construction materials crushing plant and shipment area as being vital, but it could be. I don't know. I'm still looking at the plant more than I am now the fuel storage area, but the fuel storage area was definitely hit. That's for sure.
yes, I did notice that. You just gave me a chance to put a couple of extra things in the nest as well. So, I just wanted to draw our attention that there is more clear messaging coming from France. So the foreign minister has made it clear that Russia's imperial expansion will not stop if it is not defeated in Ukraine, and stating that there are two key things needed for security: ensure that we are ready to defend ourselves and win in Ukraine. I honestly think that those two things should also be like, you know, double headline there, rather than in that order. Well, yeah, these are the most important things that we need to think about, that they go hand in hand, ensuring their own security and helping Ukraine win. These two things are, you know, one in the same. Also, I've popped up a little video, less than 5 minutes, from Dmytro Kubela, who gives a masterclass in how to debunk Russian bullshit. So, with the two questions, Russia was forced to attack Ukraine because Ukraine wanted to join NATO, and the NATO promised it would not expand towards the east, but later broke the promise. So, you know, he's debunking that, and if you need to see that information, just so you know exactly how to answer those questions, Dmytro Kubela gives you a little lesson there in exactly how to do that. Loves democracy. Morning.
Good morning. This is off topic of what you were just speaking about.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You guys maybe talked about this already. I'm not sure, but I just was checking the news and saw a report by RBC Ukraine that Russia is selling Ukrainian POWs to Chechen militarized groups, who then are conducting their own exchanges of captives with Ukraine. So that sounds like to me that that's definitely got to be a war crime. Is it not?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's human trafficking, most definitely. Yeah, that is definitely some sort of crime. Yeah, it's absolutely horrific. I did see the guy whose story was told, where he'd been left without any medical treatment. And one thing that the Chechens did do, at least, was provide some medical treatment. Unfortunately, due to his condition, he lost most of both legs and both his hands. So yeah, horrible situation.
That's very bad. Well, I'm going to put my tweet with that article in it in the Purple Pill, but that's really awful.
It absolutely is. I mean, you know, it's trading these people like a commodity, you know, like you would sell a trinket or something, and it's truly vile. Yeah, well, you know, they steal children, for goodness sake, so I wouldn't put anything past them, obviously. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised by that particular report. And it just goes to show, doesn't it, that they're just horrendous. The worst you can imagine, and probably worse than that. And that's why Ukraine needs to regain all their territory and get all their people back. I mean, just the situation is vile. Now then, there are a couple of other things that I wanted to speak about, if nobody's waving their hands at me, which they're not. So today, let me just check exactly who it is. Here we go. This will do. I've got like 4 things lined up. I found the wrong one first, but this one will do. So, Ukraine has announced it won't renew the Russian gas transit agreement, which expires at the end of this year, with the most affected countries being Austria, Hungary, and Slovakia. Romania and Bulgaria have already dealt with this situation. They have their own gas reserves and other plans, shall we say, for the future. So it would appear that Austria, Hungary, and Slovakia, well, they're going to have to do something about that. And I think that this is, you know, it's a really important message to those countries that, yeah, you think Russia's your friend, but they're attacking us and we're in the middle here and we have a say too. And, you know, I wondered when they would actually end this agreement, because they did obviously to begin with say, yeah, okay, we'll keep that going. We may or may not renew the contract, depending. And they have confirmed now that they're not going to be renewing that contract. So there's 3 countries there who are going to be doing a bit more finding out with regards to how they, you know, supply themselves. I mean, Russia did say that there would be parts of Europe that would be freezing, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody, but still, it's well, you know, go on, Ming.
Yeah, Mockers, that's a really high stakes game though, all round. So, you know, first off, obviously there's a loss of revenues for the Russians. There's, you know, freezing Hungary, is it Slovakia and Serbia? And then on top of that, though, there's a big hit in transit fees to the Ukrainians themselves. So that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out.
Yes, exactly. But they are sending a strong message, aren't they? That we're not putting up with your nonsense anymore.
Well, I suspect, because basically the EU has told everybody, you know, get off Russian gas. I suspect the EU's had a word with Ukraine and said, look, we'll help you out with those transit fees that you lose out on. I don't know how much they are. Will, that's the sort of question you might know. You might know the answer to.
He might if he was standing around near his phone at any point.
Yeah, sorry, I had to step away. I just heard you say my name. What's the question?
So the question is, what are the Ukrainian revenues for gas pipeline transit fees through to Austria and Hungary and I think, is it Slovakia?
Yeah, it is those 3, but I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have a quick look and see what the transfer fees were under the old contract. I had thought they were going to say, as they did, you know, we're open to discussing the new contract. I was hoping they were going to drag it out for a long time and just ask for some absurd things in the contract, as Russia would do, just to see if they could get them to say no, because the answer in these things that you don't want, but you don't want to have to say no, is the answer is never no. It's yes, but. So I'll have to find out what the transit fees were. Give me a couple minutes, Ming, and I'll get back to you.
Yes, well, I think it's something that they didn't want to do initially, for a lot of reasons, but the geopolitical space has changed, and it's now time. I think, you know, it's a good time to be doing this, and showing them that there is consequences to, you know, not acting appropriately. I mean, they've had time to deal with this situation. They were given plenty of warning, and now, well, toughies. Yeah, there's got to be a finding out phase, and I personally appreciate the finding out phase. So now then, Russian invaders have been recently complaining. That's right. Yes, I know, it's a shock. It's not like they do that much, is it? So they've recently been complaining that Ukraine has begun receiving more ammunition, and also the large variety of Ukrainian kamikaze drones is causing them all sorts of problems because they're not able to jam them all with EW, because quite a few of them now have, well, they've been developed to not be so easy to be intercepted. So just pointing that out, that it is causing the Russians quite a bit of upset. And so, awesome. Just, you know, enjoying that. As always. I think we all enjoy a bit of Russian cope together, don't we? Now then, I've just been collecting together a bit of information for us, but first I have the MOD report. And considering I've got such a British voice, we'd best go through it, eh? So here is the latest Defence Intelligence update for the 6th of March 24. You'd be surprised by this one. On the 5th of March 2024, Ukraine's military intelligence, the GRU, stated that they had attacked and sunk the Russian Baikov-class patrol ship, the Sergei Kotov, close to the Kerch Strait in the eastern Black Sea. GRU stated the attack on the Sergei Kotov used Magora V5 maritime uncrewed surface vessels, the same type of USVs used in the 14th of February 24 attack on the Russian landing ship, the Caesar Kunikov. The Sergei Kotov, only commissioned into the Black Sea Fleet in July 2022, has been previously targeted in July and September 23, sustaining minor damage and returning to service shortly after on both occasions. This is the third Russian Black Sea Fleet vessel sunk in the past 5 weeks. Likely because of the Black Sea losses, on the 15th of February 24, the Black Sea commander, Admiral Viktor Sokolov, was dismissed. It might have also had something to do with his lack of breathing, because nobody's seen him for ages. Seems that he went on the missing list. Anyway, Ukraine continues to limit the freedom of maneuver of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. So it would seem that they're a little bit impressed this morning that, you know, Ukraine have managed to do this despite not actually having a full functioning navy. It's pretty impressive to me. In fact, more than impressive. Now then, there's more information about Ukraine's defence and continuing production and development of weapons. And I've popped something up in the nest from Alexander Kimishin here. Ukraine is proud to become a part of the first European defence industrial strategy. We believe that both Ukrainian and European industries can mutually benefit from enhanced cooperation. And there is an article here, Common Defence Strategy. So in detail, following a comprehensive consultation, the Commission and High Representative, in accordance with the European Defence Agency, prevent the first ever European Defence Industrial Strategy, or the EDIS. This has been announced by von der Leyen during her 2023 State of the Union speech. So obviously, following Russia's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine in 2022, the Union must swiftly enhance its defence readiness. So this is part of that, and announces the following actions: strengthening the European defence industry and production through increased, more collaborative and European investment from member states. Improve the responsiveness of the European defence industry under any circumstances and time horizon. In other words, those contracts that were handed out to, you know, like local firms in some places. I think it was Sweden and Finland have these sort of contracts where you know, they can literally take over their production facility if necessary. So this is, you know, basically taking in a private company to help the industry of the military if needed in times of war. Mainstream a defence readiness culture across EU policies. Now, obviously, this doesn't necessarily mean that everyone's going to face compulsory conscription, but it does suggest that there will be much more investment into defence, and the mindset of defence as well. You know, that we've got to get back into sort of this Cold War thinking that, you know, there is an enemy and they are attacking us, and we do need to really stand up for ourselves. And team up with strategic partners, like-minded and international partners. So they go into how it was prepared and everything, and then there's a fact sheet and a joint communication that's been given out. But basically, the whole point is that Ukraine will be part of this, and they will be able to not only contribute but also benefit from this additional working together. So all good stuff for the future. And it is good to see, you know, them being included in something that they are obviously very good at. And I think in the end, they'll be teaching us an awful lot. Now, I mentioned that Russian influence and basically attacks, actual attacks on our countries are happening. And the amount of Russia's espionage, sabotage, assassinations, as we've seen, and destabilization operations in the West is now more than during the Cold War. There is an article by FT today, and it's highlighting that Russia is at war with us, and we really need to recognize that. So one of the things that happened was we kicked out all of Vladimir Putin's spies. Pretty much. We kicked out a lot of them. We made it difficult for them to work within our borders. And it was really only, you know, the embassy staff and the people that we were sort of well aware of that were within our countries. However, there was a massive explosion of migration out of Russia. And it was noted at the time that nobody bothered to stop these people. They were allowed to leave. And, you know, if he really wanted, he could have closed the borders and let, you know, conscripted everybody, arrested them at the border for trying to leave and all of that. He'd have had a bigger army. But this crowd obviously hid another motive. And so amongst those people, there was also an aggressive relaunch of spies into the West. So it's noted that the phone call, which senior German Air Force officers discussed sending missiles to Ukraine, is only one small example. One Western intelligence officer was quoted as stating, "The game of cat and mouse with Russia has returned. Russian activities are as high or even higher than during the Cold War." And a further intelligence official was quoted as saying, "Russian intelligence is a huge machine and it is back to doing what it used to do." Almost every week, it seems, another covert operation is coming to light, showing how far Russian intelligence agencies have penetrated Europe since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine 2 years ago. On February the 27th, Timur Ivanichev, became the 6th Bulgarian national to be charged with being part of a suspected Russian spy ring in the UK. 2 weeks prior to that, Maxim Kuzminov, a Russian military pilot who defected to Ukraine last year, was found dead in Spain. Not just dead, riddled with bullets, including a shot directly through his heart. The week before that, France uncovered a network of 193 websites designed to spread misinformation ahead of European elections this year. And 2 weeks prior to that, the European Parliament opened a probe into whether a Latvian MEP might actually be an agent for the Russian Secret Service. However, it was last weekend's leaked phone call conversation that was Moscow's most explosive recent propaganda coup so far for this year, in its continued hybrid war against the West. The Luftwaffe officers, one of whom compromised security by dialing into the conversation via an unsecure link, discussed how Kyiv may use German-supplied missiles and the Kerch Bridge, linking mainland Russia to the Russian-occupied Crimea. German officials said the leak and Moscow's subsequent accusations that Germany was devising cunning plans behind their back to attack Russia were a blatant attempt by Putin to divide Ukraine's allies. Well, it certainly got a bit of backlash, didn't it? So, the apparent step up in Kremlin-led intelligence operations marks a new confidence among Russia's spy masters after humiliating setbacks they faced in early 2022. Intelligence officials and analysts said most of the interviews took place before the German missile talks were leaked. First, Western agencies stole and publicized Moscow's plans for Ukraine's invasion. Once Russian tanks started rolling into the country, European capitals ejected 600 diplomats, some 400 which were believed to be actual spies. Several Russian illegals, also agents operating without diplomatic cover, were also found and removed. When Russia's ground invasion stalled, Putin placed his top FSB leader under house arrest for grossly misjudging Ukrainian resistance. He was a bit mad. So since then, Russia's main intelligence services, the GRU, the FSB, and the SVR, have regrouped and revamped their spycraft to improve their chances. The priorities remain the same as before: to steal Western secrets, widen divisions within NATO, and undermine support for Ukraine as much as possible, and perhaps even block their borders with friendly countries. But the methods have become more ingenious to compensate for the disrupted espionage networks in Europe and to circumvent restrictions on Russians working within the continent. Russia's Secret Service really have had to change their modus operandi and resort to other tools, one intelligence officer was quoted as saying. He went on to say one of the Kremlin's biggest changes seems to be the increased use of a proxy intelligence actors. Before the war, Western agencies mostly dealt with Russian operations carried out by Russian nationals in Europe, but today that no longer appears to be the case. Russian covert operations now use a range of foreign nationals drawn from politics, business, and, of course, organized crime, such as the Serbian gang that last year organized the escape of Artem Us, a Kremlin-linked businessman arrested in Italy under suspicion of selling US military technology to Moscow. Proxies may not necessarily know that they're working for the Russians. They could be criminals who are paid, or just other persons who are paid, to do a particular job, don't even realize what the end result is. So the Kremlin has also applied pressure on Russian exiles to co-opt them and other opponents of the regime who fled abroad after the war started. We know of cases where Moscow has leaned on those who have emigrated, using their relatives who stayed in Russia. For Russia's spy masters, conducting operations at a distance using remote working and fresh recruits has its pluses and minuses. According to intelligence analysts and 9 officials interviewed for the article, on one hand, there is a greater scope for deniability. Proxies can be effective for operations such as stealing trade secrets, setting up a sanctions evading export scheme, or penetrating a computer network. A simple USB stick plugged into a computer in an office by the cleaner, for example, might deliver intelligence that was valuable. A human source could be cultivated for years by their handler. But operational security can be a bit slapdash, we have noticed. Proxies can be hard to control without an on-the-ground agent to direct them. To address that, Russia's GRU military intelligence unit has begun recruiting what they call clean skin, or agents without any military background, to cross undetected into target countries and establish personal contacts. That one. According to a recent report by the Royal United Services Institute think tank in London, the Russians are still doing a lot of remote handling, but they perceive it as mostly unreliable. Jack Watling, one of the report's co-authors, stated. The aim is now to develop legitimate cover stories or legends so that agents can enter their target countries. To some extent, the old model of legal Russian spies working out of embassies still holds in traditionally neutral countries, such as in Austria and Switzerland. Security officials from both countries said there were around 150 known Russian agents still operating in their countries under diplomatic cover. Another intelligence official from a different country estimated nearly a third of Russia's intelligence operations across the continent were now run from the relatively safe areas of Vienna and Geneva. In addition, Russian spy masters have strengthened their bases outside the EU's passport-free Schengen zone. Turkey and the United Arab Emirates have become important staging posts for Russian intelligence operations in Europe, according to officials. Several expelled Russian agents have also reportedly relocated to Serbia's capital, Belgrade, which maintains relatively good relations with Moscow. Russia's new approach was described by Norway's Domestic Intelligence Service's recent annual report. We expect that Russia will try and compensate for the loss of intelligence by, among other things, sending more visiting agents. In other words, Russia could use more illegals, such as a supposed Brazilian academic who took up a post at a Norwegian university in 2021, but was later exposed as a Russian undercover officer the following year and is currently awaiting trial. It is all but impossible to know exactly how effective Russia's revamped spycraft methods will prove to be. In the intelligence world, you are always very aware of how much you do not know, one Western spy cautioned. On the other hand, Putin's growing authoritarianism has created more of an undercurrent of disaffection in Russia's security agencies and a once-in-a-generation recruiting opportunity for other agencies. This was noted by the CIA chief William Burns, writing recently in Foreign Affairs. Sir Richard Moore, the head of MI6, has said similar. There are many Russians today who are silently appalled, and they remember that our door is always open. But at the same time, the expulsion of Russian diplomats may have made counterintelligence harder. Western agencies previously knew which diplomats were spied and could track them, potentially even recruit them. You could invite them round to the house, have drinks, introduce the family, make them realize you are a human being. We cultivate trust that way. It's very basic. Either way, the operational effectiveness of suspected illegals such as another Russian spy exposed by Dutch intelligence in 2022 called Sergei Cherkasov, is often less than imagined. They don't have the capabilities many think they do. A sleeper will work alone. They don't have much access to secret information and very little support. Since the invasion of Ukraine, Western agencies have also stepped up their own cooperations, building a network of databases and connections to catch the Russian operatives. There is much more international collaboration now. It is a priority. With counter-terrorism, we have a dare to share policy, but with Russia and the war in Ukraine, the need is much more obvious. Even so, Russia's intelligence machine will sometimes succeed in spectacular fashion, as it did in the 2021 SolarWinds cyber attack that hacked the Pentagon, or the recent German leak. The Russians are klutzes, the same intelligence officer said, but they can also do some very sophisticated operations that, in intelligence terms, are considered pretty good. So there we go. That was the information from that article. And it just goes to show, doesn't it, that we have to stop being naive about these things. And no matter how James Bond it all seems, we've got to get our heads around that they have indeed used that mass exodus to infiltrate us with more spies. They've also recruited some of those people, unlikely to be thoroughly willing because, you know, their families are still back home and things like that. They have no qualms about threatening your family. So, yeah, there is a concern there, shall we say, that this infiltration is going to continue to be a problem. Live Sniper, morning.
Good morning. A hand. Yes, it's me. I want to roll back a bit to this topic. First of all, what was the source of what you just read?
Oh, what I just read out was a Financial Times article.
Oh, okay, Financial Times. Thanks.
Yeah, and it was based upon an interview with a number of intelligence officials, some of which were named and some of which remain nameless.
Okay, the Financial Times was the pointer I was looking for. Well, but basically, I just wanted to roll back. I was in a bad place. I couldn't come up earlier. Russia has announced that they will stop this gas transit through Ukraine, and I think it's a bit. I wonder, because the countries which are hit, like Ukraine, Hungary, Serbia, Austria, and so those are actually those countries which have been not pro-Russia, like explicitly, but still those have been not directly in the forefront of Ukrainian defenders. Sorry?
It's Ukraine that's not renewing that.
Ah, okay, then I misunderstood it. I thought that Russia had announced that they would quit it. Okay, then everything is clear. Okay, because I was already wondering why would they hit exactly those countries which have been most pro-Russia so far. Okay, now everything clear. Thanks.
No worries. And yeah, now you can see why they're doing it, yeah?
I definitely do.
It's part of the finding out phase. They've had plenty of time to sort this stuff out. And, well, now the clock's ticking. Toughies. I kind of like the approach, personally. There's got to come a time when you say enough's enough, isn't it? And, well, Ukraine got there a long time ago, but they've obviously had to probably negotiate quite a bit with the EU in order to make this decision stick, make people sort of like not be upset with them for it. And I think now it does have a direct effect on some of Putin's best buddies. And that's, well, you know, the finding out phase. Peter, welcome up.
Good morning. I thought Ukraine had already ceased transit gas to Europe from the end of last year, or does the transit gas contracts run till the end of the financial year or something weird, or until the end of March? I don't know, but I thought that they'd already stopped and announced that.
2024, Peter.
Say again, sorry.
They end at the end of 2024.
Oh, right, they go up to the end of this year. Oh, bloody hell. Okay, well, they're absolutely right to cut them off because, Austria and Hungary deserve everything they get, and they should have to find some new suppliers. And Ukraine's absolutely right to do that. Even though they're losing money for transit services, then it's more important to deny the money to the Kremlin, and that's what they obviously want to do. I thought it was the end of 2023, not 2024.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's this year, but that deadline is now looming, and it will come faster than you might expect, because 2 years has whizzed past for me really fast. So, yeah, I think that Hungary is going to be quite upset. Never mind, eh? Ioana.
Ioana, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, my screen was locked. So yes, indeed, Ukraine announced the intention of closing this pipeline deliveries end of 2024, at the end of the contract. They announced it, I think, earlier in 2023. Many confused it, and they thought that it would be from January 1st this year, but actually it's the end of this year. That pipeline is supplying Hungary, Slovakia, Austria, and to a smaller extent also Germany, as far as I understood, but Germany found alternative routes. Also, Austria is trying to find some alternative routes. For Slovakia, there will be solutions. The only one that doesn't have solutions right now, and it's not because solutions do not exist, but because they didn't really try to find solutions, is Hungary. So yeah, Hungary was kind of upset. They went CJR2 went to Moscow a few times and they talked about it. But actually Moscow can do nothing about it, because it's up to Ukraine to allow or not to allow this pipeline to be used. So about Hungary, I mentioned this before, and I think it's important. The resigning president, Katalin Novak, the one who resigned earlier this month, went in 2022, in the spring 2022, went to meet with the Polish counterpart, and they talked about it. And actually, she was very unprepared, because the Poland part presented them with solutions in order to ensure the supply of oil and gas from other sources than Russia. So actually, Poland proved to them that there are alternatives. For example, Serbia is now considering an alternative to Romania, to be supplied through Romania, and to continue the pipeline through Romania, through Serbia, and to arrive in Hungary and Austria. So alternatives are, these 2 years Hungary didn't try to work on them at all. And I guess it's, as you said, Mokas, Puffles. Yeah.
Absolutely, Fafo. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a terrible shame. You have to consider that they've been given 2 years warning, 2 years to make some headway on this, and they've watched their neighbours divesting themselves from Russian energy and making themselves more secure, and they've not considered any alternatives. They've just kind of gone, well, no, we like our cheap Russian gas and oil and all of that. Well, that's great. You enjoy your cheap Russian energy until you have to, you know, find a way to get it flown in, I suppose, because, yeah, unfortunately, you don't have ownership over the entire pipeline. Oh, well. Ioana?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not so very caffeinated this morning, so I'm not talking very well. And also, I don't have, you know, the articles or whatever in front of me. But I remember that when Ukraine first announced that they intend to not renew the contract, the Hungarian part, I don't know if it was Orban or Szijjártó, kind of issued a statement that was also published by the Russian press, something in the sense that we are trying to diversify but not renounce to the Russian supplies because we want to explore the possibilities of diversifying, but of course we are staying with our allies, which are the Russians, and we try to do it, but not really, really very hard, something like this. It was clearly a statement that they want to find some solutions, but not to upset the Russian part. That was kind of the meaning. It was very convoluted, very weak, you know, very weak, like when you have to give a bad news to a bully and you kind of hesitate and don't find the words. Anyway, it was quite a funny statement at that time. We are diversifying but not changing anything. Basically, that was the solution. That was the conclusion.
Well, it will conclude, and they will have to find another way, won't they? I'm sure they will eventually. Just got to figure it out. I hope they're actually scrambling now because they left it too late. Bit like those companies who should have pulled out of Russia ages ago and then found all their stuff was stolen from them. I know. I've no sympathy for them whatsoever either. Ming, my lovely, I've talked for ages. Do you have anything you want to bring to the room?
You have, Mockers. You haven't given me a look in, but hey, I'm not bitter. No, there's a lovely story. I've just tweeted it. There's a lovely story today in the Telegraph. I don't know if you've ever been there, Mockers. Probably not your kind of place. I have. But in sleepy old Dorset in the UK, there's a tank museum in Bovington, right? And this thing is full of tanks from World War II and all sorts of various generations of wars and whatnot. And of course, they also have pretty well every old Soviet tank that was ever built. So, but they don't just have the tanks, they have the manuals and the instruction manuals and whatnot. And who operates a whole bunch of old Soviet tanks that need an awful lot of spare parts of repairing? Well, the Ukrainians. And what the Bovington Tank Museum have done is hand over the manuals with all the technical drawings and everything to a British company who are busy reverse engineering new tank tracks for the Ukrainians. Because obviously the Ukrainians used to get supplied by the Russians, so their own supply lines for that sort of thing aren't open. I'm sure they too have been reverse engineering those sorts of things, but basically the more the merrier. And so fortunately, this museum has full documentation and instructions, not just how to reverse engineer them, but all the right tensions and how to put them all together and all that sort of thing. And they've handed them over to a company called Cook Defense Systems, who are busy making all these parts for the Ukrainians. So like I said, I've tweeted that story with a link to the full story from behind the paywall if you wanted to read the whole thing in detail.
I did spot that yesterday, and I never got a chance to talk about it. But yes, they've been using sort of old equipment to you know, look at the parts and reproduce them, and I thought that was a particularly good idea because they're able to produce stuff that nobody's produced for ages. And they've been using, you know, not only historical data and machinery, but also people who, you know, have the knowledge, the historical knowledge of how these things were created, and you know, how to do everything properly. So yeah, it is kind of a lovely thing that that historical knowledge is being reused now to help the Ukrainians. Now then, this facility that's on fire in Kursk, it's coming up as being a little bit more of a thing. This turns out to be one of the largest plants producing raw iron ore materials in Russia, in Zhelnogorsk, in Kursk Oblast. So it was hit, obviously, by some unidentified flying objects this morning. Aliens, obviously. Now, reportedly, one drone struck a fuel tank on the territory, and another drone struck one of the buildings on the territory. Now, this facility is sanctioned by the US and the UK and is linked to oligarch Alisher Usmanov. And I would suggest that, you know, this is just another application of sanctions, just a kinetic one this time. I do like Ukraine's sanctions a lot more than anybody else's, I'll be honest.
Is Alisher Usmanov, is he sanctioned, or is he one of those oligarchs who isn't sanctioned?
It's what's it say? Hang on, got to go back to it. Here we go. The facility is sanctioned, but it is linked to the oligarch Usmanov. So it would seem that the business is sanctioned, but maybe not him.
Yeah, didn't he? I think he owned. Did he own Arsenal for a bit, or maybe he still owns it? Because as far as I recall, he hasn't been booted out like Abramovich over at Chelsea.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we should look at. It's amazing, isn't it? How when you uncover one, you find another, and it's a bit like cockroaches. You know, you turn on the light and they're all skittering. My grandpa used to tell me about that. I've never had that experience, thank goodness. So it does turn out to be a bigger target than I expected it to be. So that's a nice little thing. Now, I did have something else here. Where is it? Oh, yes. With regards to working together with other countries on ammunition and production of equipment. So, it has been found that Czechs and Ukrainians are working together tirelessly in the Eastern Czech Republic to convert World War II era buildings into a new arms and ammunition hub to aid Ukraine. This initiative is part of Europe's response to provide weapons to Ukraine in a timely manner, following delays in military aid so far. The Czech facility, owned by Excalibur Army, I'm loving that name, plays a crucial role in refurbishing and supplying arms for Ukraine currently. Meanwhile, a coalition of countries is providing the funds for 800,000 artillery shells being sourced through the Czech Republic's contacts for Ukraine's short-term needs, which will hopefully plug a gap while they produce some more. So Colonel Simon Wouter, I don't know, chief of the Netherlands-Ukraine Task Force, said that countries such as the Netherlands itself, Britain, Canada, Denmark and the Czech Republic and the United States, and I believe Germany stepped up as well with regards to paying for those shells, are part of the coalition. A senior Czech official says that there are about 2 million large caliber ammunition rounds available on the global market, and this should benefit the direct needs of Ukraine while the EU is scaling up their production. An EU executive expects that the EU will reach shell production of 1.4 million by the end of 2024, which is almost a tripling of production compared to a year ago. I know these things take time, but goodness knows how we dragged our feet, previously and ended up in this situation. But there we go. Do we have any aviation news, Ming? I always like to hear a little bit of aviation catastrophe.
Sorry,
Yes,
Maurice was on the wrong screen there. Yeah, we do, but there's nothing particularly new. What's interesting, though, is I don't know if you remember yesterday, I talked about a Sukhoi Superjet that had to do an emergency landing because one of their engines failed. Well, there's more detail on what actually happened. Now, I yesterday when I talked about it, I thought it was probably a problem with their fuel filters, which are ones that they can't get very easily because they're sanctioned. They're made in France. They're trying to produce their own import substituted version, but so far they haven't been very successful. But anyway, turns out that wasn't the problem. The problem with the engine was that it was missing a part completely. So they just didn't put the part in at all. So maybe that phantom import substitution is the new way forward for Russia. If you can't make the parts, just take out the old ones and don't bother replacing them. But other than that, there's not a lot going on. Like yesterday, I was speculating that maybe the sources who report this stuff on Telegram have been nobbled because the Russians are getting tired of these stories coming out. I don't know. That's always possible because we've seen that. We saw a vicious attack in one of the Russian papers threatening them with prison about a piece that Aviatoshina, the Aviatoshina Telegram channel published on Aeroflot, and they were being threatened with prison for blackmail and extortion. So after that, the raciness, if you want, of their stories changed. It was less racy, and now maybe they've been nobbled again. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, how dare they report the truth? Ioana, go ahead.
So, Marcus, when you asked about aviation news, I wanted to ask you if you want some naval news. I have a spreadsheet with inbound and outbound ships that are going in and of Ukraine, and my inbound ship today starts with 1,000. Which means that more than 1,000 ships went to Ukraine using the Black Sea corridor. Probably the real number is around 1,020 because I kind of miss about 20 ships. If the calculations of other OSINT specialists are correct, the problem is that I don't have the list from others, so I just have the number. Anyway, 1,000 starting today, and I think it's really great. And we do have a good start of the month of March with a lot of inbound and outbound ships. For example, the number of outbound ships is around 64, if I'm not mistaken, just in 6 days, which is quite amazing. I just wanted to keep you updated with this news. I think it's important. And also, I have some news from the Danube channels. There was a tweet published yesterday by Alexander Kubrakov, who is the Vice Prime Minister for Restoration of Ukraine, Communities and Territories Development. And he said like this: alternative and effectiveness and effective route for Ukrainian export is Danube River. So Danube is an alternative for the export for Ukrainian goods. From the beginning of the year, the cargo turnover of the Danube ports is 3.7 million tons. This is quite amazing for the barges that go through the channels because the quantities on those barges are limited. They cannot be over 8,000 tons. So 3.7 million tons since the start of the year is quite a number. More than 2.5 million tons from those are agricultural products that have been exported across the Danube River. So now there comes the new part of this communication, because usually, you know, the cargo goes on the channels of the Danube and then either is transported into trains, or it arrives in Constanța port, and from Constanța is loaded and exported via sea. So it's quite a complicated way to export, and that's the news. Now we are ready to increase the exports of Danube ports by using container barge caravans. So what does it mean? It means that you have several barges and you kind of link them together in a convoy, and you can have convoy up to 12 barges like this. And I continue. In order to redirect blocked cargoes by that wanted to pass the Poland border, the new route will run from Danube ports to the EU. So what I understand from this is that they will use a convoy of barges that instead and the merchandise, instead of being loaded into trains or going to Constanța, they will go up on the Danube and they will reach EU ports on the Danube. So this is possible. Indeed, we have like a power plant, hydropower plant on the Danube at Porțile de Fier, Iron Gates, but it has like passages for ships up to 30 meters wide, so quite sufficient for barges to pass. So barges can go up on the Danube and reach, for example, Hungary. I know it's not the best solution, Croatia, even Austria. So it's quite interesting, and that was talked a lot in Romania, this possibility of exporting merchandise on the Danube, but never really been chosen as a solution, because, you know, we had other alternatives. But now, pushed by Ukraine, this can prove a very efficient solution for export, because even on river, not on sea, the transportation of merchandise is much cheaper than using ground routes. So I'm very excited by this, the fact that we will see like convoys of barges going up the Danube, and I will keep you posted about this, because it's really nice and new solution. Many people talked about this before, but that may be the first time that it became really a thing.
Yeah, I've got a little something to add to this with regards to trade over the Danube. So the trade minister, Kachka, has spoken to a reporter of FT, it would appear, and said, in order to diffuse the political dispute with Poland, Ukraine is ready to accept restrictions on trade with the EU. And at the same time, he said that the EU should go ahead with the suggestion to ban the import of Russian grain, which still enters via Belarus and Baltic states. So he's basically saying, yeah, we'll take a hit on that because we'll just find a way around it. But in the meantime, Europe is being flooded with stolen Ukrainian grain, generally from Russia. So, you know, if you've got a problem with Ukrainian grain, you should tackle that too. And that's a bit of a good point, really. Sorry, I'm trying to drink my coffee while it's hot. So, what did I have? I had something here. It's one of those days where, you know, you just, things happen, and I keep getting distracted. Oh, yes. So, we've, oh no, I've read you that one. Doesn't matter. Ming, do you have something on your plate, or would you like me to dig into my even deeper pocket?
Yeah, no. So I just wanted to follow up on something that was discussed yesterday when Tim took over from me as co-host in the context of the Black Sea grain traffic that Joanna talks about. And I have to say, so Tim's position was that the only reason all this traffic was happening was because the Russians were letting them do it for whatever reason, right? Now, I have to say, I disagree with Tim's analysis. I don't think the Russians can do anything about it. I think the Black Sea Fleet, particularly in the wake of all their losses, is incredibly stretched in the demands on it. So not just air defense, not just launching stuff against Ukrainian civilian targets, but across the board. And if they were suddenly trying to interdict the shipping traffic using the Black Sea corridor, that would be too much for them to handle. I don't know, Joanna. I wasn't able to join the conversation and put that to Tim yesterday afternoon, but I'd be interested in your views on that.
Yeah, so I really don't like when people say, yeah, Ukrainians are able to do this because the Russians allow it. I really don't like it. I think that it's a wrong way to look at the problem. And I don't think that Ukrainians did this because they knew that the Russians will allow it or whatever. Again, if the Russians will allow it, they wouldn't bomb Odessa. They wouldn't bomb Ismail and Reni, and they wouldn't do this because they are allowed it. So no, Russians did the grain deal because of the pressure from UN, Turkey, the world, saying that it's not good not to let the grain to go to Africa and so on. So kind of they did the grain deal being forced to do so. It was done in terms that weren't advantageous neither for the Russians, neither for Ukraine. The Russians imposed those controls by a joint committee or whatever. They imposed the fact that they can control, the speed of the deliveries and so on. So it wasn't necessarily a good deal for Ukraine. For the Russians, it wasn't a good deal because they didn't get what they wanted, and they wanted Bank back into the SWIFT. They wanted the ammonia pipeline that went from Togliatti to Odessa to be used again. They wanted some of the sanctions lifted from insurance and things like this, and they didn't get it because the international community and Ukraine they didn't want to allow it. So it was kind of compromise, that deal, and it went okay for Ukraine because it was able to export about, if I'm not mistaken, about 48 million tons of grain during the grain deal. I hope that the figure is correct. I would have to check it. But anyway, it's around 40 to 50, let's say. So it was kind of okay. But then the Russian side, yeah. Another thing I want to mention that is that just after signing the grain deal, just the day after signing the grain deal, they bombed the support. Just the day after, So it clearly shows the intentions of the Russians, because in the grain deal it was mentioned that the Russians will not attack the ports or the ships, and they did it. And they did it several times after that, and they also hit Mykolaiv with the storage facilities there, and so on and so forth. So clearly the Russians didn't stick to the grain deal as they should. And they decided to terminate it because the world did not applaud them for this grain deal, and nobody was grateful to the Russians for allowing it, and they didn't get anything in return, and they complained about the fact that they aren't able to export the fertilizer. Wrong. They were able to export fertilizers to the same level that before the war. So it wasn't affecting them a lot. They complained that their grain is not exported as it should. Wrong. False again. They exported grain, but they stopped the export of grain because they didn't like the price, because the price didn't go up, because of course the world didn't get into this blackmail. So yeah, they stopped the grain deal, and they said that from now on we reserve the right to inspect every ship that goes to Ukraine because it's supposed to carry military stuff. And they even did an operation like this with the ship Shukro Khan, a Turkish ship, and they practically got on board, and they kept it under the menace of gunfire, and they brought in a helicopter and so on and so forth. So they did try to do this. So now saying that, yeah, the Russians are allowing the grain sea corridor, I think it's not correct. I think that indeed the Russians could do something about the grain corridor. I think they could attack the ships if they want to. It's not so difficult to attack a ship. I think that they can use the submarines to provoke, fear and panic and things like this. But what they would gain from it? They would gain nothing from it. It's not useful to them to target a commercial ship that is not even Ukrainian, not under Ukrainian flag, not under Ukrainian ownership. Okay, you sink a ship, and what next? Everybody in the international community will be very upset on this. So it doesn't make sense from a military point of view. It doesn't make sense from a commercial point of view. It doesn't make sense also from diplomatic international relations. It doesn't make sense. And also, yeah, okay, they sink a ship, 2, 3, 4, 20, how many? So I don't think it's even feasible for them, as you said, because their assets in the Black Sea are quite limited right now. Ukraine has capabilities to hit ships at 200 kilometers from their shores. So it's not so easy to get close to those ships. Also, those ships using this Western corridor, they are kind of sailing into Ukrainian, Romanian, and Bulgarian territorial waters, or if not territorial waters, because not always they are like 12 miles from the shore. It's in those countries' economic interest zone. So from the international navigation laws, it would be kind of a problem if the Russians would interfere with this traffic. So maybe more outrage, maybe more sanctions or things like this. And also, as I said, they can't get really close to those ships, at least for half of the way, Ukrainian and Romanian territorial waters, because it's within that 200 kilometer range. And after this, when the ships are in Romanian waters, they will dare to attack them? I don't think so. So yeah, or Turkish waters, whatever. So again, I don't deny the fact that the Russians have submarines, and even they have left a few ships in the Black Sea. I don't deny the fact that they could attack a ship or two if they wanted to, but it's of no interest for them, and it's not like they are allowing the ships to pass. I think they are very upset about it. I think that they don't like it at all. But again, what they can do, actually, they can do nothing. And Ukraine, as I said yesterday when I was talking with Tim, it's not like Ukraine just say, okay, the ships will go. No, they prepared it. They have. You didn't see. You don't have the occasion to see the routes of those ships. In close to Ukrainian ports, they are very convoluted. I'm sure that there are minefields in the sea at those ports. And there is just a safe passage that is known only by Ukrainian pilots. It's quite obvious if you look at those ships and how they navigate into those waters. So this is one. Second, all the convoys are escorted. You can see this from the satellite images that the ocean specialists publish now and then. I'm in contact with a few of them, and all the convoys are escorted by 1, 2, 3, even more ships. There are special deliveries, special ships that go in and that are escorted heavily. There is aerial surveillance in the area. And also the partners of Ukraine, some NATO countries actually, UK, France, Romania, they said that they will participate in ensuring, the navigation in these waters. What does it mean? It means that Ukraine is probably announced when a submarine is close, or when a Russian ship is nearby. They know this, and they take care for these transports to be done with all the safety measures that they could take. So and also the insurance, they managed to strike those deals on insurance that are very important, because this kind of reassure the people that in the case of an unfortunate event, the load will be covered and so on. So they did all the necessary steps, and they did it despite the Russians, not because the Russians allow it. So that's what bothers me. Again, I'm not saying that the Russians can't do anything. They could probably, but there is no interest to them, and it's clear that the Ukrainians are doing it in spite of them, not because they allow. Sorry, talk too long. So what do you think, Ming? Is it okay as an answer?
Sorry, Joanna, my button was sticking, but no, I totally agree with you. So there's the two factors really, right? So there's the constraints on the assets they have within the Black Sea Fleet. For you, obviously, in your interpretation, that's a secondary asset, and then of course there's the blowback if they did anything to interfere with that traffic, and the blowback potentially would be quite dramatic in terms of, I guess, African countries who Russia claims to support wholeheartedly, and their food requirements and what have you. If Russia was sinking grain ships, or ships carrying Ukrainian grain in the Black Sea, that's not really a good look. Would that be a fair assessment, Joanna?
Yes, exactly. And also, those ships are not Ukrainian. Those ships are owned by other companies, and it's not like you attack Ukraine, really. Okay, the cargo of the ship, what the ship is carrying is Ukrainian, but after it leaves the Ukrainian port, it kind of belongs to the destinatory of it. So, it wouldn't look very nice if Russia would attack a Turkish ship or a Greek ship because Russia kind of needs good relations still with those countries, if we can say good relations. So yeah, indeed, it's not fair to. It's a fair assessment to say that if Russia would attack a grain bulk carrier, it wouldn't look good. But also it could make some problems on the international relations side because, for example, Turkey was kind of upset about the incidents with Shukrokan and also about those ships that were affected by mines. I think 4 ships that were affected by mines close to the Black Sea corridor were of Turkish ownership. So clearly, Turkey is not very happy about it. Sorry, I mixed a few things in there, but yeah, I hope you get the idea.
No, thanks, Joanna. That's very interesting. Cheryl, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm in the eastern part of the United States, so I just woke up. But I wanted to ask Juana, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, about the shadow fleet selling Russian diesel, and the ships are pinging off of places where they are not located. Has she looked into this at all? I saw a little clip yesterday where they were saying that the ownership of the ships carrying the Russian oil is very murky and they hadn't gotten to the bottom of it yet. But there were not 2 ships on the locator technology, and somehow they were acting or technologically showing that one of the ships was miles away from where it actually was. And this is the way that EU countries have been buying Russian diesel and skirting sanctions. So I guess the question is, has she run across that?
Yeah, that's a fair way to put it. I don't look over the gray fleet of the Russians, shadow fleet, all the time. One of the reasons for it is that it's very hard actually to look for it because they are using all the tools in the trade in order to to shadow it, to not let you know, the information go. So they are not using the transponders, the AIS system. They are changing flags quite often. There is one of the tankers used by the Russians changed 13 flags in 2 years. They also do not, they are spoofing the positions. They are not communicating the exact positions of the ships, and so on and so forth. There are some articles on this. Unfortunately, I don't have them right now. So if you want, I can send you maybe some information after I look a little bit into it. But again, as I said, they are using all the tools in the trade in order to shadow this fleet and not let it, you know, come to the light, because it's in their interest. And yes, indeed, some of the Russian oil arrive in European countries like this. The Greek traders are a part of it. The Turkish traders are a part of it. So yeah, it's really complicated to say how they managed to do it. So even with the sanctioned tankers, sanctioned owners, and so on, and even if the sanctions should apply for the European countries that are somehow involved in it. So I was intending to do an amount of research on this shadow fleet and maybe do a segment on it, but I'm not prepared right now. What I can tell you is that maybe you can look in Befitter's thread timeline. You will find a lot of information about this shadow fleet there, and maybe in a few days, probably towards the end of the week, I will be able to come and speak some more about it, because I have some resources, but I don't have them right now.
Yeah, I did not take notes on it, and I know that you're very, very knowledgeable about the ships and what they've been doing. So if I can help you at all, I'm retired, I have plenty of time on my hands. If I can help you look up some things and give you citations, I'd be happy to.
Well, thank you very much. I followed you, so we can communicate via DMs, and yeah, I'm looking forward to work with you on this, if you want.
Oh, great. Now, the second thing is that I just woke up, but I ran across, and whenever I think that Russia has done as many heinous things as I can think of in Ukraine, I came across an article that was citing, I think, the Times of London yesterday, about Russia selling Ukrainian prisoners on the black market to Chechens. And I hadn't heard that before. And it just kind of, as we used to say in the olden days, blew my mind. Is that what they're doing with the children? Are they selling them for trade on the black market?
I think
it was like the most heinous thing I could think of.
Yeah, I think in most cases they're adopting the children out. Don't know who to though, unfortunately. But in the case of POWs, they've traded him so that Chechens can then trade that person back to Ukraine.
That's just heinous.
For their own people. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So yeah, they've traded him or sold him to Chechnya, so that Chechnya can negotiate the release of some Chechen fighters. Now, one of the only positives to come out of this.
So they're subcontracting the POWs, basically.
Oh yeah. They're a commodity, aren't they? So you sell like
well,
everybody else.
my mind doesn't go in these directions.
Mine either, unfortunately. No, but the one positive to come out of that story is that the particular POW who was featured, who'd lost the extremities of all his limbs.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. What happened was they took him prisoner and they did not treat him for any injuries, including frostbite.
Oh jeez.
So when he was handed over to the Chechens, he still had these horrendous injuries. and both his hands were basically
Yeah.
dead from frostbite. So they actually performed surgery on him, which has probably saved his life. But of course, he's now missing both his legs and both his hands.
Wow. Yeah, reminds me of an old, I don't know if you ever saw it, an old World War II movie where they're talking about in a hospital, the people that have been injured in war, and this woman is looking for her husband, and the doctor says, well, just hope when you find him, he's not like this poor devil. And it is her husband who a similar thing has happened to, and he has lost his limbs. Anyhow, it was very affecting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just absolutely dreadful to traffic humans in any way. But
Yeah,
in
that's
this
what woke me
particular
up. I
instance,
just
ugh.
was, I listened most of the time, but when I ran across that article, it totally, I don't know, jerked me awake.
Well, you imagine this is how Russians see other people. They don't see them as people, you see. So it's easy for them to come to these conclusions.
I know I've read some of the transcripts from the Russian TV people, whatever, the propagandists. That woman who was whining about Samoyan or something, whining about why are people so mean to me, and she's just like one of the worst as far as, go get them, tear them apart, they're nothing, talking about Ukrainians, and she's wondering why she's getting death threats. People are strange. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about.
Simeonionion, yes, her.
Yeah, Simonian or something.
Yeah, there's a
Anyhow,
few of
thank
them.
you for the information. I look forward to helping whatever way I can. Luana, look into the thing about the ships, and I'll be spending a lot more time at the library, I guess. I mean, because the computer is fine, but I can't really read whole articles a lot of times because I can't afford to subscribe. So anyhow, thank you.
There's always the next day machine on any of these articles. You will sometimes find that when they're archived the next day, you gain full access to them. So just to note.
Oh, good. So I have been totally ignorant. Oh, thank you for mentioning that. No, I didn't.
We call it the
I
Wayback
just get
Machine.
annoyed when it happens.
Yeah, check the archived articles and you will find most of those are fully available.
Oh, okay, great. All right, thank you.
No worries. Fock Tyrants, welcome back.
Hey, Muckers. Good news. I mean, amazing news. Ukraine purchased more than 350,000 artillery shells from the defense industry of Europe under its own contracts. And this is a quote by...
Stolen. One of my announcements. Good lad, carry on.
Yeah, this is a quote which is spoken by Joseph Borrell. So, yeah, very good news.
It is exceptionally good news. And, well, we don't know exactly when it's going to be, over a period of. We don't know exactly what and when and where, but we have heard from the Russians that the Ukrainians appear to be firing quite a lot in response now, whereas before they weren't in a lot of areas, and some of those areas have suddenly become a lot more active. So I have a feeling this announcement is something that the Ukrainians have already done, and are, starting to feed those shells already to the front lines.
Yeah, I've sent you the tweet. So the tweet goes on to say that this was done recently or all along. Borrell did not specify, but noted that the 350,000 shells were actually delivered to Ukraine. So they're already in Ukraine by the looks of it. And that matches with what you just said.
Yeah, that's absolutely fabulous. Yeah, it is. The Russians have been moaning quite a bit that between the excessive amount of FPV drones that Ukraine appear to have, most of which don't succumb to their EW, which is, it's a shame for them, and they've also noted an uptick in artillery response, and they're not happy. And this is how we know that things must be getting slightly better for the Ukrainians, because there was a number, probably about 3 different accounts yesterday that I read, that the Russians said, that we're getting absolutely hammered over here, and what was it, 7 of us came back out of the whole group and things like that. So, yeah. And there was that guy in Krinky the other day, wasn't he, complaining about all the FPV drones that Ukraine have, and why are they so mean to us? Why are they so mean to us? Which I thought was really funny. I mean, why do you think they're so mean to you? Pee off home. It's quite simple, really, isn't it? Why are they so mean? Oh, how dare they stand up for themselves? It's very silly indeed. Now then, with the removal of the the Sergei Kotov, this is also a hit, sort of, towards possibly taking out the Crimean Bridge. Why do I say this? What's the significance of this ship? Well, this ship has been patrolling the Kerch Strait and around the Kerch Bridge for some time now, since it was put back into action, since the last time it was damaged. And it was guarding the entrance to the Kerch Bridge. That was its top job. So, I wonder why that would have been a particular target. Because, it just seems as though if Ukraine don't have the missiles, especially, to go after the Kerch Bridge, they might have some other ideas, some of which could include some of these maritime drones, which, according to some sources, my sources, not regular sources, but according to my sources, they have quite a few of them, shall we say. I know a guy, and he says Ukraine's built tons of them. So that's another thing to keep in mind, that the Sergei Kotov was specifically blocking the entrance to the Kerch Bridge and patrolling it. And taking out this ship shows a very clear intention and gives a very strong message. Now, the Megora V5 and the submarine drone thing that they've got, I can't remember its name, but it just looks like a big tube. That thing. They are being, they've been upgraded to be quite potent. And it turns out that they're carrying quite a lot of explosives these days. And they work really well, as we might have noticed a couple of holes in the side of ships. And, well, let's just say one of them managed to get to the exposed piles below the water level, for example, because these submarine drones, I think, are being developed possibly for this very reason, that, it's not just what we see above the water. So if they were, for example, to take out or at least significantly weaken one of those segments, the entire bridge section in that area would be unusable until it was repaired, which would be difficult. And if especially successful, it could collapse a section down to the bottom of the strait. And obviously, we're all kind of waiting for this. Now, The rail bridge is held by 4 by 35 to 60 metre long piles, and they are only meant to hold vertical loads. A large underwater detonation with a horizontal shock wave would most likely be able to break one of those piles. And, well, you know what would happen as a result. Ukraine could build cheap, what's been called drug smuggling semi-submerged drones. Now, these have been found and used by drug smugglers. They have these underwater drones that contain some space to put your illegal whatevers in. So it is possible that in the past, you know, and there's been a bit of a checkered past in Ukraine, and maybe one or two people have knowledge of these things, and that might be where this submersible drone might have come from. Anyway, fill it with TNT or a larger version of one of their prototypes, and one after one strike until the section collapses. Just like with attacking with the Megoras against Russian ships, they move in a pack and they attack from a number of angles at once in order to, you know, maximize the ouch, basically. Well, they do have some submarine drones. So it is possible that this is something that they are maybe planning, doable. It does look as though it could be achieved in the right circumstances. So we'll keep an eye out. Fuck tyrants. Go ahead.
Mockers, brace yourself, because you might fall off your chair in just a moment.
Is Lazarus drunk?
Right, so on the purple
Is
peel.
Medvedev drunk?
No. On the purple peel, I just posted a tweet, and this is from Kaja Colors, the one we love so much. Greetings to NAFO fellas, hashtag, at the first ever NAFO summit in Vilnius. NAFO is a living example of how to disarm Russian disinformation with humor, intelligence, and enthusiasm. Behind every fella is a real person who believes in Ukraine's victory. Thank you for your service.
Now, that was actually a live address to the NAFO summit in Vilnius, if you remember, that took place this year. And during that, where she's on camera, they're talking, you will see her very own NAFO fella pops up from behind the table in the background, which I think was also a very nice touch. So yeah, she's definitely one of the fellas, and well, you never know, she could be in charge of NATO at one point.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I love her too. She's incredible, and that message of using humor to totally take the sting out of all the Russian propaganda, it is the best way to do it. We have seen, you know, all sorts of academics and you know, people who assess this sort of thing, and all the different ways of debunking and what have you. Brilliant. But if you just laugh in their face and go, yeah, that's nonsense, here, have some nonsense of mine instead, it just diffuses it. What can they argue with? They've got nothing, you know, they can't say, aha, but, or aha, what about, you know, because you just go, get lost. And that is literally the best way to deal with it. And yeah, she knows. She knows. Iwana.
Yes, Marcus. So I have a kind of a breaking news. Sweden will officially join NATO on Monday, March 11. This is according to the Swedish TV channel TV4. According to this, the flag, the Swedish flag, is to be raised at the NATO headquarters in Brussels during lunchtime on Monday, and this will mark the start of Sweden's membership in NATO. The Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson will be present in Belgium, but also Commander-in-Chief Mikael Biden and other top politicians. Also, the NATO ambassadors will be invited at the ceremony that is planned. Press conferences will also be held in connection with the raising of Swedish flag. So Monday, March 11, is the date for Sweden to be an actual NATO member. Congratulations, Jenny, and to all the Swedish people that are listening.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Super good news that. And yeah, we did have a little congratulation in the background when that actually happened. We were like, "Woo, Jenny!" Because yeah, it's about flipping time, isn't it? And was that it now? Is that the last step? Is it all done by the ceremony where they, raise the flag? I think it is, isn't it, Jenny?
Yes, it's the last.
Yes, the last step. Thank you so much, Joanna. Go ahead, Jenny.
Yes, and the funny thing is, there's the oh yeah, I have some. This also means that the last day of Nordic response, the exercise up in northern Norway, Sweden, and Finland, Sweden will be a full-fledged NATO member, and it will be an all NATO exercise, not just a NATO exercise with allies, because there's just one ally in there. But now we'll be full-fledged members at the end.
That is pretty awesome, I must say, because yeah, they're going to be that when that ticks over and they are officially NATO members, you know that they're going to make some big announcement, aren't you? No longer just an ally, one of the gang. Oh yeah. And yeah, I think that day they'll be taking some commemorative pictures, I reckon.
I hope so. I follow two of the companies that have sent soldiers, and these are actually our conscripts. These are not paid soldiers. They have sent them to this exercise, some from the artillery, some from the mechanized unit, and then there's one city over, they have sent pilots, and they're taking part in this. Now it's going to be historical. It's the first official NATO exercise that Sweden takes part in as a NATO member. So awesome. And I'm looking forward to Baltops this summer. It would be good.
Well, it's certainly making the Russians nervous, and that's what we like the most. And on that note, I am now going to go and leave you. Yes, I'm running off with the lovely Jenny and Tim. So me and Ming will bid you a goodbye. In fact, I won't speak for him. I'll let him bid you a goodbye himself. And,
yeah, goodbye from me too. So yeah, we'll speak to you all again tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm running first, so don't move, Ming. Bye.
Yes, it will soon be time for IKEA updates with me and Tim. See, I gave you your nickname now
How's that my nickname?
because I adopted you.
Does this mean I have to eat really horrible fish now?
No, I don't eat the really horrible fish, so you're good. But if you want to, you can get a can and you can spray the Russian embassy with it.
Oh gosh, I don't know. I think I'd probably get arrested if I did that, for making Tallinn stinky. But I do. My friends keep going to Sweden, and I keep asking them to bring me back a tin of surströmming. But apparently, airlines have some quite strict policies about it. So if you're going to bring it back, you have to do it on the ship.
Well, you could always go on the cruise, the Tallink cruise, the former Silja line that goes to Stockholm, and then you can pick some up. Yeah, the thing is, the can is pressurized, and it could explode up in the air. The can itself, it won't damage the plane, but it will make it stink. So yeah, they do not recommend.
Well, apparently the source drumming industry have said that this is a myth, but then they would say that, wouldn't they? I just don't know who to
Yeah,
trust.
I don't either. I heard the myth from the time I was a small kid till now, and I'm old. I do know, however, that you don't get arrested if you spray the Moscow embassy in Helsinki with this stuff because the Finns already did it.
Fair enough. Do the Finns have a stinky fish? So everyone, all of the Nordics seem to have their own sort of horrifying fish tradition. So they've got what's it called, hjarkal in Iceland. You know, the shark meats that's soaked in urine. And they've got lutefisk in Norway. You've got surströmming. Is there a Norwegian one? Is there a Finnish one?
No, because the Finns are badass, so they eat bear. You can get bear meat in the stores in Finland instead of rotten fish. I would go with the bear as well.
I may or may not have a license for that, because you can do that in Estonia as well, because the bears are a bit of a pest. Fox Tyrants, you've got your hand up.
I can't believe Jenny didn't even ask the question. But Tim, why would you want such product? What are you planning to do?
Eat it. Curiosity. Because we've all seen the videos of drunk people eating it straight out the can, which is obviously not going to work because that's not how you're supposed to eat it. You're supposed to eat it on a kind of matzo with sour cream and onion and stuff like that. So I don't know. I think it could be nice. Maybe. Apparently, it tastes a lot better than it smells.
It does.
And
Apparently, it tastes salty. I just never did it.
and here I am professing my respect for you. Ah,
Well, as my old French teacher used to say, I'll try anything once except incest and Morris dancing. Let's go to you, Anne.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if some of your friends will bring you surströmming, they should make sure that the lid is on, because as you said, it may taste better than it smells, like some cheeses. You remember the story about the cheese in Three Men in a Boat by Jerome K. Jerome? Let's not do that.
if you ever get
That's
it,
it.
Tim, I'm prepared to give you a peg.
You're prepared to give me a what?
A peg for your nose.
I was going to say, I thought I misheard you then. This is a family show, you know. Okay, so silliness aside, shall we talk about Ukraine? What's going on this morning?
I'm not 100% sure because I haven't been listening in as much as I would have liked to. Do you have any spectacular news?
Yeah, there's an interesting one out. Now, Lord Cameron, the British Foreign Secretary, you may remember Lord Cameron from when he was just plain old David Cameron, and he was Prime Minister. He was appointed Foreign Secretary, I think, earlier on this year. He has been saying that the United Kingdom is prepared to lend Ukraine the Russian assets that are held in the UK. So the Russian central bank assets that are held in the Bank of England. The UK is prepared to lend them on the basis that Russia will be forced to pay reparations to Ukraine at the end of the war. So Lord Cameron has said that the assets will be used as surety for the payment of the reparations. Well, you heard it here first, folks. This is kind of been my position on the central bank assets, is that they would be important leverage in any future negotiation with Russia. So now we know that Lord Cameron is not only a MriyaReport listener, but he sets particular store by my opinion. So there we go. We're a sort of eminence grise of European politics. They get all of their ideas from MriyaReport. Okay, so this plan is said to be more radical than proposals discussed by the European Union, which involved Russia being given the profits from the Russian central bank assets that are held in the West. These are estimated to be around $4 billion a year. So that would build on something that Belgium is already doing. So Belgium levies a withholding tax on dividend payments of it's either I think it's Belgian government bonds. So they tax the dividends payable on them. And what the Belgians have been doing is giving that equivalent in tax. So they've been taxing the Russians, as is the law, and then they've been giving the tax they've raised on the Russian assets to Ukraine, which is a nice way of doing things, I suppose. Yeah, the European Union were discussing the possibility that any profits that are derived on the Russian central bank assets, so changes in, presumably by profits, they mean changes in price or SEC lending revenue. So any revenue that's generated by lending the bonds out. I think that's probably what they're talking about. Profits is a curious word if they're talking about dividends. Sorry, wrong. If they're talking about coupon payments, because that's not really profit. That's kind of built into the price of the bond. So I don't think they're talking about that, but this could just be journalese. After all, this guy is only an economics editor. Surely he should know the difference. Anyway, so Lord Cameron addressed the House of Lords last night, saying there is an opportunity to use something like a syndicated loan or a bond that effectively uses the frozen Russian assets as surety to give that money to Ukrainians, knowing that we will recoup it when reparations are paid by Russia. That may be a better way of doing things. We are aiming for the maximum amount of G7 and EU unity on this, but if we cannot get it, then I think we will have to move ahead with allies that want to take this action. Now, a very common piece of fear mongering is that this might undermine the reputation of the City of London. Now, as most of you probably know, London kind of jostles for the title of the world's largest financial center. Sometimes it's London, sometimes it's New York, and so security of property rights, particularly financial instruments, is very key to maintaining that status. Some doom mongers have said that confiscating Russian assets would undermine that, and it would lead to a flight of financial services custody business from London or something like that. But I personally don't buy that, because this is not the first time the UK has done this. So whenever whenever you go to war, and if you have the enemy's assets in your central bank, you confiscate them. If you have enemy-owned industry based on your territory, you nationalize it. Right? This is not breaking new ground. And even fairly recently, so when Maduro, so-called President Maduro of Venezuela, refused to accept his electoral defeat and essentially took over the country unconstitutionally, the UK confiscated all the gold that Venezuela had at the Bank of England, saying it was the property of the legitimate Venezuelan government, which was the other chap, I can't remember his name. So it's not like this hasn't happened before. It's not like it hasn't happened recently. So I think the idea that some business is somehow going to suffer because a genocidal regime got all their bonds nicked, don't buy it, and neither does Lord Cameron, which is good. So this is apparently the first time that the British government has talked about any such proposal in detail openly, and it may indicate that there is political support for this plan, particularly in the US, but not in the EU. So the UK and the US, they tend to coordinate policy very closely, especially G7 policy. Yeah, there's possibly the fact that they've started talking about this openly suggests that Uncle Sam is broadly in favor of either a coordinated approach that includes them, or or they have given their approval, or rather given their blessing to whatever the UK wants to do unilaterally. Now, so in terms of the central bank assets held in the UK in the Bank of England, there's no official figure, but there is something around £25 billion worth, so that's about $30 billion, give or take. But there's no official figure on that. The US has between 40 and 60 billions worth, but the EU is, of course, the great prize, which has around 300 billion euros worth of central bank assets, chiefly in Euroclear in Belgium and in LCH ClearNet in Paris. So, yeah, the UK has a big chunk of money, and it looks like the king is finally going to take some action on this. Okay, we've got a hand, so let's go to Cheryl, please. Cheryl.
Hi, I was wondering, doesn't the, as they call it, the City of London, the financial institutions, kind of owe back for laundering Russian money for so many years?
Morally,
I'm
perhaps.
sure they're not the only ones, but
I mean, well, it's one. It's one of those things. Morally, perhaps, but the issue with that is that money laundering goes hand in hand with operating a financial center, especially an extremely large one, right? So if you are a money launderer, you are going to do the bulk of your business in the large financial centers because that's just where the money happens. So it's not really, it's not by design, right? It's not like
no, it never is with them. They can always skirt around whatever.
Yeah. So, I mean, you could ask the same question of New York, of Singapore, of Frankfurt,
that's what
Paris.
I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there is maybe a debt of honor there, but it seems to me we're talking about two different things here. One is the complicity of certain financial institutions in laundering Russian money, which is presumably ongoing. And the other is the fact that there is 25 yards of Russian assets sitting in the Bank of England and in the London Clearing House that can be pinched. And finally, there is a proposal for doing so coming out of London.
Would it be possible, Tim, I heard a report the other day on National Public Radio in the States about diaspora bonds that Israel's been using for at least 2 or 3 decades. And I guess Ukraine had considered selling those to raise money early on, but it was discarded because of the time it would take to set it up. But it would seem that that could be an answer possibly to what to do with the profits in the UK. Could they buy Ukrainian diaspora bonds with that money?
Well, I mean, I'd say that would be a complicated way of doing something relatively straightforward, right? So if you have this would be government action by the United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom would essentially extend a loan to Ukraine using the Russian assets as surety or collateral for that loan, right? So the idea of diaspora bonds is, so I'm just going to mute you because I'm getting a lot of feedback. You'll have to unmute if you want to talk again. Thank you. So the idea of diaspora bonds is capturing an affinity abroad, right? You mentioned Israel, which is a really good example. People who buy Israeli diaspora bonds are either Jews who are big fans of Israel, which most Jews are, or they are people who are politically sympathetic to the Israeli cause and want to help in some way, right? So those kind of investments, they target an affinity that investors have. So who would be the target? The target investor. They also tend to target retail, right? So they're things that you buy over the course of 20 years for your children, and you do it as a retail investment, or what have you. What they're not really targeted at is foreign governments. because foreign governments have bilateral and multilateral mechanisms for dealing with this sort of thing. That is a lot more, kind of a lot less effort and a lot less organization and a lot lower cost. They can simply extend each other bilateral credit, and that's the end of it. So yeah, I guess, but that's not really what some diaspora bonds are for. I think one interesting thing that did happen, I think in 2022, was the Canadian government issued a bond that was targeted, that was funding Ukraine. So they used the faith and credit of the Canadian government, which I think is what, AA plus or something. Maybe I don't know if they're AAA, but decent economy, healthy public finances, to borrow cheaply from Canadian dollar investors and use the proceeds to fund to give to Ukraine, and that's interesting. And I'm surprised that hasn't happened more often. But when you're talking about deficit spending Western governments, you're basically talking about, giving loans or aid to Ukraine. You're basically talking about the same thing anyway, right? Because the UK operates a budgetary deficit, and so any extraordinary spending in the UK basically comes from borrowing. So what if you're giving, if the king is giving money to Ukraine, then he's basically borrowing it from sterling investors anyway, because the deficit is already there. So it kind of amounts to the same thing. It's I think the Canadian proposal was interesting because it segregated that particular liability from the general liabilities of the Ukrainian state and said, okay, everybody, if you buy these war bonds, this will fund Ukraine. Hence, it's an attractive investment for Ukraine supporters. But when it comes to this very high level stuff, there does come a point when you're basically doing the same thing, but in just a slightly different way. Does that make sense, Cheryl?
Oh, it makes absolute sense. But I haven't really looked at, for a couple of years when I was in grad school, I read very little but international political economy, but that was in the 70s. So I'm not up on what is possible. It just seems so odd that the US and other countries have been saying, well, it's so hard to help Ukraine and give them the money they need. And it sounds like the mechanisms are right there. It just undercuts the we can't do it now argument.
Sure. I mean, yes, but we're talking here about the general willingness to help, right? So the faith and credit of the West is basically bottomless, right? Okay, so there are some slightly loony theories that if you control your own currency, then there's no limit to how much the state can borrow. I don't think that's strictly true, but for the purposes of Ukraine, it's basically bottomless, right? You're talking about the United States, the European Union, the UK, Japan, South Korea, Australia, Canada, and some other hangers-on, right? So this is like what, like 70% of the world's economy or something? Like this is a ridiculously large coalition of countries, economically speaking. They can borrow absolute peanuts by their standards or tax absolute peanuts by their standards, and Ukraine would have precisely zero to worry about. So the question becomes the mechanism, right? And that's where we get bogged down in the politics. And the most straightforward way to do this is simple bilateral aid. So Washington, Brussels, London have a particular budget. They raise that particular budget. They give that to Ukraine, either in the form of guarantees or cash or loans or military equipment or whatever it is they need, generators, yada, yada, yada. And it's precisely that is currently bogged down in the political system of the United States. And it was, until quite recently, bogged down in the political system of the European Union, with Hungary and potentially Slovakia I'm told those are two different places, wielding a veto over the whole thing. So what you're describing, yeah, mechanically, really, really, really easy. Politically, apparently more difficult, both in the US and the European Union. Does that make sense, Sean?
Yeah, I guess I just would like to, in my fantasy world, I'd like to be able to say to Speaker Mike Johnson or the rest of them in DC, well, if you're not going to do this, we're setting up this other way. So go pound sand. I know that's very American of me, but there you go.
Sure, yeah, but I mean, this is the kind of thing where the American political system is a victim of its own design, right? It's I mean I don't know the ins and outs of it, but a lot of this stuff in the US seems to require congressional approval, right? It's just not within the authority of the president to do it. This, and it's the same in the EU as well, right? You look at how the EU works; they need the permission of the European Council to basically do anything extraordinary that's out with the treaties, right? And that means that in quite a few areas, each individual member state yields a veto. And in the US, there's an analog where Congress yields a veto, and it doesn't take that many people to gum up the whole thing, and the speaker can do various shenanigans, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have an enormous amount of faith in the Biden administration. I think the Biden administration could be doing a lot more in support of Ukraine. But I think if it were possible to go around Congress in with some other mechanics and get something done in an election year, I think that would probably look fairly good. So if we're being really cynical about about the administration, then they're going to look good if they get something done and they get one over the Republicans in Congress. I just don't, and I think the reason they're not doing that is it's simply not legally possible for them to do it, Cheryl. But again, I'll defer to anybody who knows US politics better than I do.
One last question. In terms of political situation, might it be possible that the Biden administration is kind of working it out behind the scenes to make such an announcement, if they figured out a way to do that, for when the NATO summit is in DC this summer? Politically, wouldn't that be a plus?
Yes. I guess I mean again, if we're being really cynical here, as you say, the closer to the election they can get stuff done, then I think probably the better for them, because political memories tend to be quite short. So yeah, I mean that's possible. I really don't know, but it does sound like the sort of thing that would happen, Cheryl. Okay, let's go to Thomas, please. Thomas Baravon. Nice to see you up, Thomas. Oh, Thomas just dropped. Okay, well, sorry, leaving it to Thomas. He seems to have disappeared from the space now. Okay, so thank you for that, Cheryl. That is the news that the UK has put forward a suggestion on how the £25 billion worth, that's about $30 billion worth of Russian central bank assets currently held in the Bank of England might be used. They reckon they can extend credit to the Ukrainian government using the Russian assets as collateral for the loan, and recouping it when it comes time for Russia to pay reparations to Ukraine, which, as we firmly established, was originally a MriyaReport idea, specifically mine. So don't you forget it. I'm teasing. Let's get to Mockers.
Hello. I've got a couple of funny things for you. Turkey have stopped accepting payments from Russians for hotels. Following large Turkish exporters and buyers of Russian oil, hotels in Turkey now are beginning to experience difficulties with bank payments to the Russians. According to one source, hotels cannot receive payment from the Russian Federation anymore for the accommodation of Russian guests. Transfers from Russia are either sent back or arrive too late. Now, the Turkish banking system is almost completely cut off from Russia. Oh, what a shame. I know. I found it funny.
Somebody fetch my violin. So this is the end of Russian tourism in Turkey then?
It sounds like it. They've set their sights on Spain now. They are advertising trips to Spain and golden visas and what have you from Spain. So I think that's the next one on the list for them to shut down.
This interests me because if they can't make payments in Turkish lira, how on earth are they going to make payments in euros? I mean, I know Spain's a bit dodgy, but it's not like Turkey dodgy, is it?
Well, there is that, yes, but they're trying everything and everywhere now. Also,
another possibility though is, if I could just jump in, it is of course possible that they will be going to Spain and paying in rubles in resorts that are owned by Russians, because presumably there are quite a lot of those. So that's another possibility. I'm kind of making that up, but that seems like something that would happen.
possible, certainly possible. Either that or they're going to go back to the barter system. However, also another blow from Turkey. The Turkish terminal is now refusing Russian oil. So the Turkish Dortyol terminal on the Mediterranean coast, which received record volumes of Russian oil in 2023, will no longer accept any cargo from Russia. This has been announced by the global terminal services that operate it. GTS has decided to cease all possible operations related to Russian oil, and even in the absence of violation of law, regulations or sanctions, the company will not accept products of Russian origin or products shipped from Russian ports, the company said in a statement. Get in. Sorry, I enjoyed that one.
I'm just waiting for Hungary to do the same. They're like the ones that are sticking to Russia with tooth and nail in the EU.
Give them to the end of the year, Jenny. Give them to the end of the year.
I hope so. And I hope that they get rid of Orban too. I think that he does that country more damage than good at this point.
Yeah, he's a bit of a snake. I've got one more amusing thing for you. Well, amusing to us, obviously. The State Duma have come out with a new regulation, and this is the mass shutdown of elevators due to wear and tear. I think the sanctions might be starting to really bite, The situation with elevators could follow the scenario of pipes breaking throughout Russia in January, said Svetlana Razvoraneva something. There's a T in there, which I missed. Deputy Chairman of the State Duma Committee on Construction and Housing of Public Utilities. In her opinion, by 2025, Rostekhazador, whatever, will begin to massively turn off elevators in buildings, since their continued use will then be dangerous due to obsolescence and wear and tear. In other words, we haven't maintained anything, and now we can't get the parts, so we're absolutely stuffed.
Now, this is interesting. I don't know much about the Russian lift business. Do they make their own lifts, or is it Otis or Schindler or whoever, the French one as well? Or are they kind of joint ventures with these companies?
Well, if you remember, Tim, one of Russia's main problems is the fact that they bought everything in. And at the beginning of this invasion, a lot of those specialists and people with the knowledge and, access to parts just stopped. And so I think it's more Like, you know, the fact that they literally bought everything in and now can't. Same as with the
Because
oil and gas, basically.
yeah, okay, that's kind of what I was getting at, right? Because it indicates two different problems if they're no longer able to maintain lifts. If they're doing everything themselves, it indicates either a shortage of skilled personnel because they're all dead, and or a shortage of spare parts because the spare parts are foreign. If they're doing it all via joint venture, it indicates that actually Otis and Schindler and Kona or whoever's doing it just don't have withdrawn from the market and won't cooperate and won't maintain the things that they've sold them. So yeah, it seems to be the latter. Yeah, it's an interesting one. We've still got some Soviet lifts here. If you live in a really old building, it'll have a Soviet lift, and they've got the big, the big chunky buttons that stick out, the round ones, and they go clunk when you press them. They're really, really fun. But no, we've got fancy Kona ones now from Finland. Those are all the new buildings have got. Kona's interesting, right? Because Kona is a Finnish company, and it started off as a crane manufacturer, and eventually they started doing lifts, which was I just imagining in my head a sort of slightly comical board meeting at Kona in like the 1970s or whenever they started doing this, where someone says, "Guys, we're really good at lifting stuff up and down. Why don't we do lifts as well?" Like that that seems to be an allied industry to cranes. I don't know. It's one of those things that seems like fundamentally different technology to me. Making a lift versus making a crane, but they decided to go with like up and down stuff. Anyway, I thought it was funny.
Well, that sounds very Finnish though, because Nokia, everybody associates with the telephone that is indestructible. Like throw it at a building, the building will fall down. But the Nokia 3110, I believe it was indestructible. It was amazing. They actually started by making tires. I don't know how you go from making car tires to mobile phones, but they made the leap. Just believe in the Finns. They're amazing at pivoting.
That's interesting. I guess what would be an analog? You could go to Saab and say, we're really good at making cars, and cars are basically things that go along flat surfaces. How about we make bowling balls as well? That would make sense.
I know, exactly. But yeah, Nokian tires, that would be Goodyear. You can have the Goodyear phone as well. I That one is amazing and interesting, the difference. But I have to say, the best winter shoes in the world are made in Finland. They're called Kuoma. They're best. Really, really good. Lightweight, super warm. So if you have cold feet, go for the Finnish boots.
I see. I've still got my army boots. They've lasted for ages. Technically belong to the king, though. Just don't tell him.
Hmm. Yeah, I have two sweaters that um I kind of nicked from the Swedish military too, because I never served, but I have them and they're so thin you can actually see through them when you hold them up against the window. I can see the building next door, but super warm. They are probably the warmest clothes I wear. And I don't, now that I live near Stockholm, I don't even need to have a winter jacket. This is the stuff we should send down to Ukraine. I hope they do. Go ahead, Ioana.
Thank you, Jenny. So yeah, I wanted to react to the news that Marcus brought about Turkey. It seems nice. So we have seen indications that the banks in Turkey do not accept Russian payments since December. I think there were some indications for Chinese banks also. So it's good. It seems like secondary sanctions are being applied, but not overtly, kind of covertly. I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm clearly enjoying it. One of the consequences, if you wanted a dream holiday in Antalya, all inclusive or something like this, go for it this year, because the 50% of the places in hotels in Antalya will be empty if the Russians cannot go there. So yeah, not that is my perfect kind of holiday, but it can be nice. It can be nice. So that's one. About golden visas, I don't know the situation in Spain, but you mentioned Hungary, Jenny, and a few weeks ago, Hungary actually advertised the new golden visas for the Russians, 250,000 euros needed in order to obtain as a citizen, and 500,000 as a company. So basically, they are full for it, inviting Russians to, do business and come to Hungary. Let's hope that that will end quite soon. And also, coming back to Turkey, we have seen some indications that the Russian tankers that are suspicious, let's say, are not allowed to pass the Bosphorus anymore. We have seen that beginning with last week. There were some bulk carriers going from Russia, from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean, that was stopped at the Bosphorus, and apparently they are still there, apparently, Baltic Leader and Lady Maria, and also some cargo ships that came from Syria going for Russia, had some problems with the passage through the Bosphorus. Yaz, Sparta 4, and Ursa Major, they were suspected to transport weapons and ammunition from Syria, and kind of couldn't pass the Bosphorus. So apparently Turkey begins to take its role as, the guardian of the Bosphorus trade more serious, because of course these transportations shouldn't happen. So it seems to be good. It seems that there are some pressures on Turkey to do the right thing, and apparently Turkey is doing the right thing. And the last on this kind of news, there is an article in Reuters. We talked a little bit earlier about the Russian oil fleet. So apparently, Liberian flags and Marshall Island flags will not be allowed for the Russian fleet. Dozens of tankers used by Russia have stopped sailing under Liberian and Marshall Island flags after the United States ramped up the sanctions enforcement on ships linked to those registries. So I don't know exactly how changing the flag happens. I assume that there is a process, but actually, apparently, there will be no longer Liberian and Marshall Island flags for the Russian oil tankers. This is on Reuters, and I also tweeted it a few minutes ago.
Fantastic. Thank you, Joanna. Do we know how you said there's going to be lots of empty hotel rooms in Turkey? So I'm guessing the Russian business is quite important for the Turkish tourist economy, right?
Well, I went to Antalya only once, for about 10 years ago, I think, in an all-inclusive hotel, because it was recommended for families. And I know that I was talking with the tourism agency and to choose the hotel. And basically, there was a list of hotels, and she was very nice, the lady, and she said, "This now, this is 100% Russians. This now, 90% Russians. You don't want to go there," and so on and so forth. So on the list of about 20 to 30 hotels, 15 at least were like Russian, you know. And she said it's not really nice because there is no silence during the night. They are like kind of noisy in the restaurants. They drink a lot on the beach. Russian stuff. So that's why she was advising us not to choose one of those hotels. And then I tried to look into it, and actually I know that I've seen a statistics about that time that kind of 50% of the tourists in Antalya are Russians. So that's why I said 50% of places will be empty. I can look again. To be honest, I didn't look recently. I can look again to see. But yeah, a lot of Russians in Antalya. And even the hotel that we choose, that was like 0% Russians. That's how the agency presented it. Actually, there were some Russians there. Well, they behave like Russians indeed, but there were like just a few of them. So not really a big problem.
I heard, thank you, Iana. I heard that there was a problem that the workers, like the cleaning ladies at some of the hotels where there are predominantly Russians, that they trash the hotel rooms, and even though they welcome the money, it they don't make as much money on the Russian tourists because, they have to replace things in the hotel rooms. I don't know how true that story is because I read it like maybe a year ago, but that was the rumor back then that they weren't that fond of the Russian tourists. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, so I don't really like to talk bad about people based on their ethnicity, but I can say from my observation. So, all inclusive, you kind of can choose from whatever meals there are available, and you take what you want and so on. The Russians, they are very easily spotted. Their table, so let's suppose there were like 3 people or 4 people on the table. They had like 20 plates, full, but really full to the top, and they just eat from everything and leave it on the table. So it's such a waste of food. I mean, I'm from Romania. We respect food here because we went through difficult periods, and seeing that, it was like appalling for me, like really appalling. I couldn't imagine that there will be somebody who is willing to just spoil the food like this. And also about drinking, taking not 1 glass but 3 glasses at once because you can't do the trip again to the pool bar to take another glass, and on the beach all those glasses left in the sand and things like this. I can't speak for the rooms, but I wouldn't be very surprised that in the rooms the behavior would be the same. So I'm really sorry. I usually don't tag people according to their ethnicity, but in this case it was quite obvious.
Yeah, I've heard similar stories, which is really sad because you shouldn't judge people based on their country of origin. But I've heard similar horror stories from the travel industry. So kind of sad because reputation, it takes years to build it up and it takes just seconds to ruin it completely. And when you act badly when you're a tourist in another country, it reflects on the entire nation, unfortunately, for good and bad. So, yeah, it's sad. But one of the news in Sweden is apparently that the hold on, that shockingly enough, the Kremlin is ignoring the arrest orders from the ICC that came out yesterday. Who
This
is
is
shocked?
for basically the whole leadership of the Russian Air Force or whatever it is.
No, it was like 2 people, Sergei Kobylash and Viktor Sobolev. Probably butchered their last names. Uh, this is the second time that ICC has um, brain fart. They issued these arrest orders. Previously was Vladimir Putin and the Child Convention Minister, I guess, Maria Belova, and Kremlin issued a statement saying that they don't care. We have not signed the Rome statutes and we don't recognize it, and we will treat these types of orders thereafter. says Dmitry Peskov to Russian state TASS, the state media TASS. Who is shocked that they're going to ignore it?
Well,
Go ahead.
they're under no obligation to pay attention to it because they aren't party to the Rome Statute and they don't recognize the International Criminal Court, right? So it should come as no surprise, but at the same time, it's not a wrong thing, if you see what I mean. So because they don't recognize it, they have no duty to cooperate with it. So it's not, per se a wrong thing to do for them to just ignore it. If that makes sense, like they're just within their rights to do that. Yeah.
But it was also kind of expected, though. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, so I've seen this news in Commerson this morning, but I kind of ignore it because it doesn't mean anything. For them to say that they are ignoring it doesn't mean anything. The consequences of this is that if those two people will be stepping outside Russia, probably they can be arrested. If the country, of course, is a signatory of the Rome Statute, I don't think that they will step outside Russia for the simple reasons that probably they will step out of a window or drink some seasoned tea before that, because of course, the Putin's wrath can go up to them. So the people, the two persons are Ivanovich Kobylash, Lieutenant General in the Russian Armed Forces, who was commander of the long-range aviation of the Aerospace Force at the time when the crimes have been committed between October 2022 and March 2023. And the other one is Viktor Nikolaevich Sokolov, the admiral in the Russian Navy, who was the commander of the Black Sea Fleet at the time. So they are the warrants for their arrest were issued because there is sufficient ground to say that they committed crimes against civilians, war crimes, attacking civilian targets, or not complying with the proportionality rule of the war, which is how they put it. The expected incidental civilian harm and damage would have been clearly excessive to the anticipated military advantage. That's the rule of proportionality. So either they directed the strikes against civilian objects, or if they claim that some objects could be classified as or qualified as military objectives, in that case, they didn't respect the proportionality rule. So basically that's it. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything for the Russians because they will not step outside Russia and they have no incentive to deliver those two people to the International Criminal Court. But it's good that this is going on, and it's good that this is acknowledged as war crimes and as strikes against civilians, what we argued for so long. And again, I will come to my idea. I know that people are very reluctant to talk about this. Russia is a terrorist state, or at least a state sponsor of terrorism. I think there are grounds to argue for this, numerous grounds to argue for this. And even by the definition of United States, sponsor of terrorism, you can argue for this on the what happened with the Wagner PMC, because Russia clearly said that it was paid by the Russian state, and clearly we had the proofs, all the proofs that Wagner behaved like a terrorist organization in Ukraine. So yeah, the fact that people are or have arrest warrants issued by the ICC for war crimes against civilians, it's significant. And again, please, somebody, please acknowledge that Russia is a terrorist state right now, more than Cuba, more than North Korea, more than even Iran at this moment.
Yeah, they are. Go ahead, Tim Howard.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief this morning. I want to thank everyone in this room for bringing the world another step closer to those especially unaware of how important the Ukraine war is. The isolation with Russia right now, I'm grateful that the US has temporarily stopped from supporting Putin, because I just want to kind of reiterate for a second that even though it could still happen in the future, at least America is not isolated to the conspiracy of the gold standard, which is where all these other countries who are losing their banking, we're seeing in Turkey, Russia, as they should be losing a whole lot more. It's hard on the people of Russia and Turkey, like everywhere else. These are governments. So I would thank you all, because the world is still very, very unaware yet at how important the Ukraine war is. And if Ukraine doesn't stand, the world implodes monetarily, and the rest give concessions to Putin. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tim. It's interesting what you said there. The world implodes monetarily. Could you elaborate a little on that?
Yes, so the next thing that I'm trying to get out for anyone who knows me, it's about the crypto world and the money. So what is being considered a theory, which is my true story, and the rest of you may understand this, and that is when it comes to oil dropping below the cost of $1 a gallon, that crashes the economy in America, and in turn allows bailout money to happen, especially during the time of COVID. And I stood for COVID. I did the OSHA mandates. Anybody who knows me for the rabbit. It's not about me, it's about the work. So in turn, that means that bailout money can turn around and be flipped into coin, inflated to 500% or more to recover the economy. And that's where Trump and Netanyahu were going to be in contempt of world court attacking Gaza, and they had to give concessions to Putin. And I'm struggling to prove it because I was attacked as a company and as a person over it, but not to bring the rest of my story into it. But that's what brings me into it, and that's what I had. And supposedly the theory is holding so strong, and I'm still under attack over it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Tim. Okay, so in other implosion news, there has been another demonstration in Warsaw, where these they've been having some slight issues with their farming community recently. So it started off with lorry drivers, who various companies with varying degrees of Russian connection decided to start blockading the Ukrainian border, refusing to allow particularly agricultural produce into Poland. This seems to have spilled over into the farming community, forestry business, hunters, agricultural workers, who have been staging various demonstrations, acts of sabotage in Poland, particularly targeted at Ukrainian agricultural imports. Now, this is something I'm struggling a little bit to get my head around. There does seem to be a reasonably Europe-wide, no farmers, no food type meme going on. Now, this is partly a reaction to the European Union's Green Deal, which I'm not fully abreast of. I don't know what kind of impact that has, but I don't know. Could somebody who's following this more closely please educate me on exactly what's going on in Poland, because they're starting to kick off in Warsaw as well now.
Yeah, I can maybe tell you something that they have indeed managed to get quite the band together and cause quite a lot of drama. However, they wanted to take tractors into the centre today, and they were forbidden from doing so. So they've lined them all up on the sides of the road. They've still tried to sneak them in various places, and the police are currently stopping them from entering the city itself. But they have turned up en masse, and just setting fires to things in the middle of Warsaw, and generally being a nuisance. But at least they're doing it in the centre there, and not on the border. Although I think the borders are still blocked. So yeah, basically they're mobilising all possible efforts now to cause this trouble. Let me see. Donald Tusk has said that he wants to, well, he's put a proposal forward to ban all Russian grain into the EU, which would actually start to deal with some of their problems. And Ukraine has actually said it's prepared to take a hit itself in order for, the Polish political situation to be sorted out. As in, do what you need to do, ban our grain if you have to, we'll find another way. So Ukraine's being very magnanimous in this whole thing, trying to help Poland out here. And to be fair, there wasn't any Ukrainian grain going into Poland really, but it's all been blown out of proportion with propaganda.
Sure, I think I mean from my reading on the farming side, the objection, the EU Green Deal, which brings together a number of environmental policies, it was approved as a sort of gigantic Euro package that the EU was such a fan of back in 2020. It's part of the broader net zero strategy, and particularly applying to farming, it involves increasing organic farming by 20%. Well, rather making 25% of European agriculture organic. This is all by 2030. Reducing the use of fertilizers by 20%, reducing the use of pesticides by 50%. And there's other issues around labeling and food waste and soil erosion and nutrient depletion and things like that. Now, how that's, I would say, from a farming perspective, if you think about restricting the use of pesticides, that's going to have a bottom line impact, and it makes me wonder whether the mitigation is actually in place for the impact that's going to have on farmers. Because this is the sort of thing the European Union screws up quite regularly, is they do a thing, they don't really, well, shall we say, there are unexpected consequences of the thing. And because of the level of inertia in European policy making, it takes 10 years to solve the thing, right? Or even longer, right? Because once a European thing is done, to undo it or to change it or to amend it, it is an enormously complicated and slow process where you have to get the initiative of 26 other countries, and you have to get buy-in from a central bureaucracy which has an agenda of its own. And so there's this kind of hideous strength to it that makes it very difficult to move, and it makes corrective policy very difficult to achieve. So I would imagine there's a little bit of that and a healthy dollop of disinformation. And so you've got a kind of perfect storm there. But I see Thomas has got his hand up. Thomas, welcome back.
Hello, and sorry from last time. But yeah, as I understand it, it's the fertilizers and it's it's that side of things that hurts people, which is not surprising at all, right? Because it has direct impact. However, I have never heard a farmer not complain about not getting enough money, even though they're the most heavily subsidized industry in the world. But that's universal. It's not specific to EU or it's the same in the US and everywhere else. You have to be impressed by how effectively the information campaigns are from the different farming communities for convincing other people to give people who has very little people employed and is making a reasonable amount of money to be totally subsidized. But it is for Poland and those countries, the fertilizer would be the major hit, right? Because they are further behind on other technologies in terms of increasing yield. And when you read it, it does seem a bit overly aggressive what the EU is suggesting. and not necessarily, as you said, had they said we'll do this over 10 years or 15 years, they probably would have got away with it. But they went idealistic, right? And I think that's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Thomas. I mean, I guess as with a lot of European things, right? Often the problem isn't the legislation itself. It isn't the regulation itself, but the way it's applied at the national level. And this is one of the reasons being in the European Union is very attractive to national governments, is because they can use it as a sort of mask for their own policy, right? So they can do an unpopular thing and they can say, oh, this is all Brussels, bad Brussels, Yahoo Brussels. And then the thing, the political controversy kind of goes away because they know very well that the inertia of the European system is such that nothing is going to change at the European level. And they've got this kind of little umbrella over their heads from all of the fallout from something they're actually implementing themselves. So when the UK was a member of the European Union, we used to call this gold plating. So some policy would come from Brussels and the British state would make a far stricter interpretation of that policy than they had to. And then the political system would blame it all on Brussels when there were adverse effects. I suspect there may be a bit of this going on. Thomas?
There is, being Danish, I have had the advantage or disadvantage having to vote for EU membership in a number of times. And one of the sort of major differences between England, where I have been living for the last 20 years, and Denmark was we followed the EU rules, but just about. Whereas the English seem to always go overboard and implement things that wasn't actually required. So best example I can give you is when the Baltic states became members. Denmark had like a 3 or 5 years, I can't remember whether it's 3 or 5 years, sort of ramp up before you could open up for immigration. And England did it immediately. And all of that was within the EU rules, right? So now England benefited from that. I'm not saying that they didn't benefit from that, but they went much faster and much further than they had to do. And if you look at EU policy from England, going back to Thatcher, they often did it faster because the deregulation and all that was very much driven by England. But a lot of other countries took a lot longer to do it. And they did it much more carefully, so you didn't have the same adverse effects of just opening your markets or just opening your blah, blah, blah. So they had a much more gradual ramp into it. So yes, it's correct that there's a lot of gold plating in it. I'm not sure if this is the case in this particular case, because I could see farmers. Some of those goals strikes me as overambitious, and they could have been handled better by just doing a much longer rolling. So just for those of you who doesn't know how EU works, in Denmark we had something we called the cucumber wars, where everybody complained that there was a standardization of vegetables. And basically what the EU standardization says is you have to have a class A, B, and C. It doesn't really say anything else about it. And of course everybody got up in arms because the supermarkets wanted, class A fruits, and the farmers wanted to produce class C. And EU was held accountable for, standardizing how this fruit looks, but it had nothing to do with it. The only thing the EU rules actually said is you have to have a classification, and here's the specification for the classifications. it didn't in any way force the supermarkets or anybody else to buy this specific classification for your vegetable shelves. And you will see, if you go through the history of EU over time, you see a lot of those kind of things happening, where all EU says is you have to have a standard, or you have to do this to this quality before you can call it that. And then everybody complains that, oh, I can't get my bendy cucumbers, right? But yes, you can, but it's not in the supermarket's interest to have to manage 3 classes of vegetables. So they decide, do we do A, B, or C? And they say A. And okay, farmers, sell me A. So it's often a lot more complicated than it seems, and having to read those directives is so incredibly boring and painful that even most journalists don't do it, right? But reality is EU is more of a standardization setting set of rules than they actually say that you can only do this in this case. That there are exceptions like makeup and things like that, where you have to actually follow the specific quality rules. But at the end of it, like a good example would be makeup. Right? People complain about that, but what you get out of it is that EU has a portal that says if somebody anywhere in the EU has registered and got this piece of makeup accepted as legal to sell in the EU, then it's available in all countries to sell. So reality is the amount of paperwork you get out of some of these common rules vastly reduces the amount of overhead you have as a business. And it's because we don't have, England is seeing the consequences of it now being outside the EU. Now you have to have separate legislation for all these areas, and it's a lot of paperwork. And in very few cases does it give you any benefits. But yeah, that's for somebody who had to vote for and against the EU 3 or 4 times. But I think my point of view has changed over life as I started working with things that were multinational. The benefits of having a common rule set or common standardization outweighs the benefits of having something local by orders of magnitude. But that's just me. Thank you.
I mean, I guess as with all these things, right, is you will have people making policy according to the interests of the particular areas of their policy, right? So the people who are responsible for creating policy that classifies fruit, or vegetables, so that will originate with the United Nations, the Codex Alimentarius. It'll be Europeanized, and you end up with this class A, B, C thing. As you say, very helpful if you are in the business of trading, exporting, importing fruit and vegetables, to have a common set of standards. But I think the question that wasn't really asked was, is this actually helpful to consumers, right? Because a class A, B, or C cucumber, like this isn't particularly meaningful for somebody who is not walking around a supermarket with a clipboard, right? This is, to a consumer, that will just look like a nice cucumber, a not so nice cucumber, a bad cucumber, or a large, medium, small, or straight, somewhat bent or curved cucumber, right? These are things we can use our acuity as consumers to work around. So it's an activity that only either somebody who is in trade or a bureaucrat could love. And I think part of the reason for the disconnect between the sort of thing that causes what is happening in Poland is a disconnect between what looks elegant at the policy level if you're engaged in the business of regulating trade and what actually is relevant to everyday life. Right, Thomas?
I beg to differ here. I have worked with automation systems of detecting when things goes off in warehouses. You put some gas sensors in, and you can see. You can start seeing whether one layer, or you can start from the contamination of the air. You can start seeing what's going on. And one of the things that the classifications did in the EU, it also said how long the minimum shelf life was. And I can promise you, when you get them straight off the farm, you have absolutely no idea. You have no idea when they were harvested. You have no idea when they were done. And overall, the end cost of the product you're selling goes significantly up. It's of course easier for the little farm. This is Mary and her little lamb, right? Most farms today and most fisheries today are massive operations. They're not a little man with a coastal sailor, or Mary with her 5 sheep. But every time the interview or somebody else talks about it, oh yeah, but look at Mary, the hill farmer. Yeah, but there's like 0.001% of them doing that. And the rest of them are massive multinational operations. So the farming industry has, and I really am impressed with them. I worked with them for many years on some of these statistical issues. And I'm very impressed about how effective their propaganda is. But they will drag out Mary and her hill farm while ignoring the fact that she constitutes 0.02% of the total amount of farmers, or the total amount of agricultural land. An interesting, before they redid the subsidy model in EU, and while England was still was still in EU, the main recipient of EU subsidies, absolute main recipient, year after year after year after year, was the English Queen. It wasn't Mary and her hill farm, right? So the data just, in Denmark, you have this discussion about quotas and things like that. And they also have something they call quota kings, which are big multinational companies that owns fishing fleets and goes out and buys up the quota for everybody else so they can keep their fishing fleets efficient. But every time we talk about fishermen, they drag out the guy with the 2 boats, with the little boat and a net that goes out at 5 o'clock in the morning, right? But it's simply not how that industry works. It's simply not how it's owned or how it's actually run. Modern farming, modern field farming, and requires, the gear is so expensive that it requires quite a significant amount of land before you can run it. One of the problems that Lithuania and Poland and so on has is that they are in that transition, right? So they're still more labor intensive than we would be in the rest of Europe. And of course, there are areas where you actually have mountain farmers and things like that, and that's just the landscape, like Greece and things like that. But the ownership structures doesn't lend credence to that. We don't care. You would care if every one of your cucumbers suddenly cost you £5, right? And they only lasted 50 seconds in your fridge. So you would care. And that's why those standards were implemented, because you want some kind of guarantee that things doesn't rot. In England, they've removed the best before dates on a lot of fruit. And frankly, you don't know whether it will be gone off the next day or gone off in a week, right? You just don't know anymore. And that's not a good place to be either. It's frankly piss irritating when you're not used to it. Sorry my language. Thank you.
Sure, but again, there's the acuity of the consumer, right? I mean, you can tell when fruit is old and when fruit is fresh, right? You can tell by looking at it. You can tell by feeling it, touching it, examining it. I mean, it does seem to be. I appreciate in the full context of the logistics chain around fresh fruit and vegetables, then classification, I guess, could become important, because you have to, you've got a lot of moving parts there. But when it actually hits the shelves, then the consumer can tell whether they're buying something that's good or bad, surely.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. One of the most notable things about my local Sainsbury's is you can no longer tell. You buy something and you think it will last for a certain amount because you have an expectation that they surely wouldn't have it on the shelf if it's rotten in 3 days. But you can't tell. That's true for, it's not true for everything. Of course, apples and potatoes and things like that last longer. No, I don't actually think. I think that's a fallacy. I think it's kind of a romantic fallacy that we can all by our fingers and touch, decide what the maturity of something is. Mostly it's packaged, so you can't. And secondarily, even if you did, you don't want to be the last one to touch it because 20 other people have squeezed you, right? Never be the last one to buy avocados, right? Because God knows you don't. A lot of fingerprints are there, right? Thank you.
Sure. Okay, I would close this topic by saying I'm not sure that's unique to the UK. I mean, here in Estonia, you do have to be very careful with fresh fruit and vegetables, because a lot of what is on the shelf is towards the end of its sale life. So it's fairly common to see fruit on the shelves that you wouldn't buy, because it just doesn't look fresh. And this is oddly, this is true of stuff that Estonia produces as well. So carrots, for example, you've got to be quite careful with carrots, because they're often just not particularly good. So I'm not sure this is a uniquely British phenomenon at the moment. There does seem to be some dysfunction with the supply chain of this, at least from my perspective in Estonia, in local supermarkets here. There's something. I don't want to say something rotten in the state of Denmark, but something rotten in Rimi. There we go. There's a joke a Swede would understand. You've got Rimi in Sweden, don't you? It is Swedish. I was kind of talking to Jenny there, but
yeah, I think it's Norwegian, because I haven't seen one of those stores in a long time, but I've seen them in Norway, but I could be wrong.
Jenny, if you can hear me, I'm afraid I've lost your audio, so I'll have to hand to you for a couple of minutes because I can't hear you.
Can anyone else hear me? Give me a
I can hear
thumbs
you
up.
through the host phone, so I assume so.
Oh, interesting. I thought it was me. Well, the other piece of news that I saw in the Swedish papers was also that Reporters Without Borders, which is an organization, is going to, hold on, let me, go ahead, Mockers.
Oh, okay, that was quick. I've just sent you a little something, and me, I love the finding out. There was a guy who went on to a popular Lithuania. He lived there, and basically went on and started talking nonsense about Lithuania and the Lithuanian language, and his residence permit just got revoked. So, well, that's what you get if you don't like it, hey?
That is something that I found interesting because I have tried being an immigrant in another country, and you know, I figured knowing the local language is a good thing. Uh, you could do it the hard way and not learn the local language, but at that point, I don't think you have the right to complain. I did learn. I knew the local language before I moved there, but I would never have gone around speaking, expected them to answer me back in Swedish. That would be stupid. And you can quote me on that. I think that utterly stupid. Go ahead, mockers.
Yeah, I mean, I've even tried, in France, I made sure that I tried to use some French, even though it was very spotty. Just order coffee, things like that, because it's polite to give it a try, isn't it? Even if you're not brilliant at it, it's just politeness to not expect everybody to speak your language, even though I'm a Brit and we usually do kind of feel that. Yeah, I know. It's always nice to be polite. Now then, I saw something yesterday and it was a bit of a sad occasion. I didn't really report on it, but it was said that a HIMARS had finally been found to have been destroyed. Only there's something wrong with the video because it looks to me as though the video has been carefully checked and it's fake, or at least there's a lot of fake things in it. So I have just retweeted, there we go, a thread of somebody who has taken a real good close look of this video and highlighted several interesting things that seem to have been, just anomalies and distortions, and basically picked it apart and found that, they said it was an Iskander. However, there can be nothing actually seen incoming in the video at all. It's been slowed down, it's been enhanced, it's been turned upside down. No evidence of an incoming round. So he's looked for everything, and he said, if you can see something incoming on this video, please let me know, because there doesn't appear to be anything. It just seems to magically explode. And the moment of burning, there's anomalies there as well. There's other vehicles that don't seem to be, that seem to have been in the landscape but don't seem to have been affected. So there appears to be, all the vehicles that were actually on the picture but aren't affected by the explosion. And there's a particular part of the video where if you go down to 12 of 12, so right at the bottom of the post, you can see that they've made this black and white and they've zoomed in and slowed down heavily, and you can see quite clearly an overlay moving around above the original image. So I'm not saying that they faked it, but it does look as though that video has been altered.
I understand that they want to show that they're having wins, but that seems like an awful lot of work when you can tell on the battlefield later that they have done nothing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just lazy. I would not be able to go through all that trouble. I have more important things to do in my life. Go ahead, mockers.
Yeah, the thing is, there's been a lot of anecdotal evidence of them doing an awful lot of this. In one way, it's to, create supportive propaganda. In another way, it's to show the higher ups, look, we're doing really well. So, when they take out a Bradley on the battlefield, they film it from 10 different angles. They hit it with different things on different days. They literally prize this thing as a film set. And the soldiers, the regular soldiers, are sick of it. And they keep saying, you know, we're not allowed the best drones because they want to use them for filming and things like that. So, yeah, there's certainly an awful lot of anecdotal evidence that they spend an awful lot of time and attention on their propaganda, much more than you would expect, purely because it creates something that they can push to their own narrative. Everything's a Potemkin village in Russia. We've seen it where they will put up like you know, a big hanging canvas in.
It looks like the Ukrainian army took out another, like they took out an AW-50 or whatever in one of our really good planes. And then coming the next thing, they're like, oh yeah, they took out an Su-34 and an Su-35 and on and on and on. And then, you know, yesterday was the culmination. Go like, good news, they didn't take out any planes today in the past 24 hours. The bad news is they took out a boat. You know, in the end, Putin must be sitting there like the queen in Alice in Wonderland, off with their heads, you know, just screaming, and heads are going to be rolling in the Kremlin for the poor guy that, you know, is the messenger of all these news. I don't envy him. Go ahead, Mockers.
Yeah, I've lost the thing I was going to talk about, but there was a possibility of a guy who is probably going to have to avoid some tea and windows in the near future, because he's criticised the propagandists for painting the wrong picture to Moscow, and said, you know, that things on the ground should be seen for themselves rather than lies reported back upstairs. So there's another one. And they caught out another guy in Simferopol, who has been in charge of the armed forces in that direction. And it turned out that, you know, all this corruption that they generally have a problem with, it turns out that he's been extra corrupt. And he basically diverted loads of cash out of the system that was supposed to be purchasing defensive equipment. And it doesn't matter where it went, it just disappeared. And apparently what happened was they bought some really cheap stuff. That's a surprise, isn't it? And yet paid about 3 times the price for it. And it appears that an awful lot of rubles went missing. So he's now being investigated as well. So, you know, they're working against one another all the time as well, which I think is hilarious, because everything, you know, they're trying to achieve, they're sort of hampered by their own problems. Like, you know, creating this propaganda and sending it upstairs to the man at the back who goes, very good, yes, it looks like we're winning. Or at least, you know, here's the pretense that we're winning, at least, you know. And yet that's not doing them any good, because they're making decisions based on things that they haven't done. So, you know, like for example, take Avdiivka, take Bakhmut. And they kept saying, yes, we've taken this. Yes, we've done that. Yes, we've done that. And then, 10, 11 months, nearly a year to take Bakhmut. And they declared it taken, about 30 times? I suppose if you think something and, pronounce it long enough, it might happen. But still, that's called manifesting. And I think that's a bit airy-fairy. So, yeah, they are currently also just hampering themselves in massive ways by not telling the truth to one another. Long may that continue.
There's also the cost. Yeah, you took Advika, but at what cost? How many Russians lost their lives or was maimed in that offensive? I think that any other normal military would have said it wasn't worth it. But they keep plodding on like they didn't lose anyone. It came at a tremendous cost in manpower and equipment. That's the other thing. Like any other normal country, I guess, would have pulled out because the cost is now too high, both in manpower and equipment. There, people that want to be delusional, they can keep telling themselves that Russia is holding back. They're waiting to use their good equipment in Ukraine, and they're just waiting for the perfect time to deploy these excellent new equipment that they have. Really? So during all this time, 400,000 dead, maimed, and lost. At no point did they go like, huh, maybe we should put in the good stuff now. Maybe we should really get into this war. Because I've heard that from like lots of people, Americans and Russians, both of them. And that is Russian propaganda because they have put in the good stuff and they have lost it. They don't have any good, they may have like 20,000 tanks in the storage, but if it's from the 60s, it probably doesn't have that great of armor. I might be wrong, but it seems like a stupid idea to hold back at this point. Go ahead, Mockers.
Oh yeah, I think probably 2 years ago was the time when they literally shot the best of what they had, and that was then. In fact, what you're saying about them having like 20,000 tanks and all of that, well, maybe they don't actually have that much after all, because the 94th storage facility at Omsk did contain a large amount of self-propelled guns. It also had one storage for towed artillery on the northwestern part of the base. And most recent satellite images show there is not a single piece of equipment left at that base. So,
well, there you go. So they've used up the good stuff, and maybe people can start putting that to rest now, because I'm getting really sick and tired of hearing they're waiting for the perfect time. Well, I think that has come and gone. There are way too many casualties on the battlefield for them to go like, oh, I'm going to wait for a better opportunity. I'm going to wait for a more time, like when we're really suffering. When will that be? That is so stupid. It actually annoys me. Go ahead, Ioana.
Thank you, Jenny and Mockers and team. Actually, I can't get over the news that Sweden will be in NATO next Monday. And I was thinking next Monday, the week starts with that, with Sweden getting into NATO. And at the end of the week, there are the presidential elections in Russia. 2 years after the start of the war. And you remember the goals of Russia starting this war? Denazification of Ukraine. They basically managed to make themselves obvious Nazis. So yeah, that didn't go very well. Actually, even them acknowledge that there are no Nazis in Ukraine, and practically every behavior of the Russian troops and Russian doctrine, actually, it's kind of Nazi. Then the militarization, well, they managed to demilitarize themselves quite heavily. I can say, if I'm looking at the numbers today, um, 6,678 tanks. Well, that's kind of a lot, not to mention, the armored personnel vehicles or the artillery systems, more than 10,000, and so on and so forth. So, demilitarization of Russia, as you said, Mokers, those storage facilities are kind of empty right now. So, yeah. And prevent the expansion of NATO. Well, kind of they did, because now NATO cannot expand further and have more border with Russia because it's kind of done done it all with Finland and Sweden in NATO. Finland already doubled the border of NATO with Russia, and Sweden in practically the Baltic Sea is a NATO state. So unless we are talking about Kaliningrad, I don't know how NATO can expand further. Of course, there is Ukraine and Georgia, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, this objective didn't go very well either. So it's a good start of the week for Putin and for his elections. I'm wondering if the people will go to vote and vote for the great leader that managed to bring this war.
In 2022, at the end of 2022, there was a meme circulating on social media saying that Putin got the award for NATO Recruiter of the Year because he managed to get the two countries that everybody thought would never join. And so, yeah, up at NATO headquarters, you'll have Putin's face on an award saying 2022 NATO Recruiter of the Year. It's awesome. I like it. And on Monday next week, we will be full members with all the privileges, and there will be just Kaliningrad and that little part at the inlet at the Bay of Finland, right there where St. Petersburg is. That is also not going to be NATO. But, you know, St. Petersburg was founded by Sweden back in the, I think, late 16 or early 1600s, maybe even. It was called Nyenska. And, you know, special military operations and take it back, since Putin seems to be so hell bent on history. I believe Forrest was next. Go ahead.
Hi, Jenny, you had mentioned about all this wonder equipment that they've been holding back. One of the things that drew my interest early in the war was the aerial battle, the fighting going on up in the sky. And the Su-57 is this fabled Russian Sukhoi 57 fifth gen fighter that's supposed to be the Russian equivalent to our F-22 and F-35. And it has never seen action. And about I think it was a week or two ago, reportedly a Su-57 was seen over, I believe it was occupied Ukrainian territory, and it fired one of its next generation missiles, and it promptly died and fell into a field shortly after being launched from the Su-57. And then the Su-57 bugged out with its two escort Su-35s right next to it and took off and went back to Russia. So this is the top of the line airplane, supposedly, for Russia, and they couldn't even get it to fire a missile in Ukraine effectively a singular time. It was the first time since the war began over 2 years ago that it's even been flown into Ukrainian territory. So I just thought that was a little rich.
So there's a movie, a Swedish movie, and this movie talks about, in Sweden we have something called the home guard, where you have people that did their conscription time, and then they said, "Hey, I'm going to be a reservist." So it's kind of our reserve army. And this movie talks about the time when they go back in, because they go to do training. And there's one point in the movie where this truck comes up to a bridge, and there's a guy standing there. He goes, "Sorry, you can't use the bridge. The bridge has been blown." And the guys in the truck, they're like, "Come on, we don't want to go like this roundabout way." And he's like, has been blown. You can't go. And so the guys think about it and they don't want to take the long way around to the next bridge because it was actually quite far. So they take the truck a little ways back and they ride helicopter on the truck. And then they go back to the bridge and they promptly run through the barricade and go, we're a helicopter. We renamed the truck helicopter. I think that's what happened to the Sukhoi 57. They just took an old crappy plane and just wrote 57 on it and go like, look, we rebranded. You know, it happens all the time. And considering that it failed, maybe they took a really crappy one. I have no evidence of this, but it would be really funny if that was the case. Go ahead, Ukraine war updates.
Hi, Jenny. Hi, Tim. Thank you for the space. Really interesting discussion. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the wonderful people on MriyaReport, speaker panel, and our listeners. I wanted to jump on this conversation. Jenny, you made me laugh a few times. It was just dangerous because I was drinking coffee while I was driving, so but it was funny. Yes, you probably saw the reports about the deployed to Ukraine. Because it's very costly, but not too many people realize, the costs or why it's so costly. Recently became known that each Armada tank has to deploy with its own towing tank. At least one general and several high-ranking officers who would have to make constant excuses of why it's not working. About a company of mechanics who constantly have to work on it, and also a marching band of drummers that have to march around every time the tank stalls in order to distract everybody else from looking at it. Those are the actual real costs of why Armada tanks is so.
We've lost you, Ukraine war update, if you can hear us.
Yeah,
Ukraine war update. Yeah, I can't hear him anymore.
me either. They have so much special equipment that is supposed to be, life-saving, turn around the war and everything. And at this point, it just feels like the emperor's new clothes. Everybody's like, "Oh, look at this new shiny thing. Oh, look how amazing this is. Oh, just you wait until we get into the fight." No, you have nothing. It's time for somebody to point out to Putin that he's naked. What do you think of that? I don't want to be the one to do it, but hey. Um,
Ukraine war update. Are you back with us? We lost you. I don't think he is.
no. No, it's the ones that can say that they haven't gotten into it would be NATO, because NATO hasn't put troops on the ground. So that is a more valid one that says they haven't gotten into the fight yet. But listening to Macron, at least part of NATO might be in there soon with the troops. Are you back with us now, Ukraine war updates?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah, loud and clear. You're back. We lost you at T14 Armata. So
Oh, did you hear what the explanation why it's so expensive or no?
no.
No? Okay. So yeah, T-14 Armata. The reason it's so expensive because it has to deploy with its own towing vehicle. At least one general and several high-ranking officials to make constant excuses about what's not working. A company of technical experts and mechanics, and also a platoon of marching band drummers who have to walk around every time the tank stalls. They have to march around and make noises to distract everybody else from looking at it. Those are the real. Same thing true. Do you guys remember the Terminator tank? The for the tanks, I guess. It has 70. It's a T-72 chassis. I think it has like a dual guns on it and all that stuff. The Russians don't have a lot of it, but design. The two cannons actually counteract each other and make this platform extremely unstable when firing. So like that thing is just garbage basically. But yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ukraine War Update. Let us, yeah, it's very silly. Let us go to Wojciech, please. Wojciech.
Hi guys. Hi everybody. Yeah, I want to keep play on the silly note. So yeah, yeah. Sorry, maybe I will drop for a second because my headphones are trying to connect, but they are not connecting. Whatever. Yeah. So maybe that's the reason why we will not be able to see the Su-57 in the Ukraine, because it is really hard to tow the airplanes. However, what I wanted to say is, to connect on what Makros was talking about, about the storage in Omsk and how it is getting more empty and emptier and emptier. A couple days ago, I have been talking about that there are some statistics about how it's called, like Russian losses, and they always put it in the context of what is actively used and what is in the reserve storage. And it is quite interesting statistics from my point of view, because you can see that there is still kind of a lot of artillery pieces in storages, despite the fact that this one particular storage has been emptied out completely, which is good to see. However, there are some equipment which are not replaceable. And those were mostly the MLRS, airplanes, helicopters, uh, then anti-air anti-aircraft systems. So they are not able to replace those losses, and basically every destroyed piece is like taken away from the board, despite there might be trained crew for that. So I have pinned that one to my profile. And yesterday I have also find an interesting map, let's say, and it is basically showing gradient colors with the European countries, and you can see what was the totals. You can always click on the country and see the amount which has been spent on humanitarian aid, which has been spent on military aid, and what has been spent in total. And it is quite interesting, who is doing just the talk and who is actually walking the talk. And I really recommend this map. I will retweet it in a minute, so you can check on that. And it is always good to uh, confront our elected representatives, with their talks, with the actual support they are providing. Yeah, and what seems to me like crucial, we should like push our representatives to to I think it could be like easy like solve this crisis if European countries will say, let's give 1% of GDP on solving this issue and to securing our security. Let's give 1% for next 5 years. Yes, I know it is quite a lot, but I think we need this kind of goal in front of us as Europeans to keep our countries secure. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I think the Baltics are the ones that are in the top, aren't they? Or have they moved? Has other countries taken over that top spot? Because I know at in 2022, the top 3 spots were the Baltic countries only, and then in 4th place came Poland. But you're gonna retweet that? You're gonna tweet that out to the site because I'm really interested in that. I'll keep an eye out for it. I believe it was Stabilizer Finn that was next. Or go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and hello, friends. First of all, may I
Terve, terve.
suggest that terve, terve. May I suggest a name change for the segment when Jenny and Tim are hosting, because shouldn't it be IKEA and Tesco updates? That would be more appropriate to include Tim in this a bit too. I think, let's be equal and stuff like that. And then I have a question about the T14 tank, because didn't they give as a reason why they haven't built it that it's so expensive? How can a non-working tank be expensive? I think they're quite cheap, so why don't they just build those then? Strange people in Russia and stupid. Thanks.
Well, the main problem with the T14 Armata is it just doesn't really work. So they've had problems with the propulsion. So you remember it quite famously broke down on parade. So I think
Yeah, Tim, that's exactly my point. Non-working tanks are cheap.
Well, no, they've managed a significant technological achievement here. They managed to make something extremely expensive that still doesn't work. So there's like a little child on a tricycle where the engine should be, and that's just about enough to propel it through Red Square. But they still spent an extraordinary amount of money on it. I don't know. I mean, the Russians say it's been used in Ukraine, but I've not seen any non-Russian sources say it has. They've also said that it's been used not in a tank role, but in a static fire support sort of role, which makes sense given that it can't actually move. All in all, just a bit of a procurement disaster, really. I'll go back to you, Nella.
Yeah, so I mean, what is an expensive tank? Because I thought that like the Abrams is a really expensive one, and probably the Challenger 2 also. So if Russia has all these resources and cheap labor, and they can manufacture everything that themselves according to themselves, it wouldn't be that expensive then, right? Because their economy is not working like ours is.
Well, yeah, there's two things to factor in here, right? So a modern Western main battle tank costs about $5 billion US. So you could change here and there, but that's about what it costs. The T-14 Armata costs slightly more, and this is particularly acute because number one, it's Russian. So if you're spending that much money, you're spending that much more money on a tank because it should be cheaper, but it isn't. And number two, when you're talking about Challenger 2 or Abrams, you're getting a lot more tank for your money. You're getting a tank that is 30 to 50% heavier than than a T-14 or the Soviet equivalents of the Soviet main battle tank. They're quite small and they're quite light, and they're designed to be very, very, very numerous, and they de-emphasize the individual effectiveness of each vehicle. So the kind of the baseline philosophy of Russian doctrine is you can concentrate overwhelming force using basically numbers. And when your tank is unaffordable, then this logic starts to fall apart. So yeah, it's particularly acute because not only is it expensive in real terms for a Russian thing, it's quite small. It's only 55 tons. You think of a fully the Challenger 2 is the heaviest tank in NATO. You could go all the way up to 80 tons with that because it's just an absolute monster. Yeah, it's not great. It's poor old T-14 Armata. What a shame. Oh dear. Never mind. Okie dokie. Let's go to Cece, please. Cece, welcome.
Thanks. I think you guys should do an inverted advertising structure here where you call IKEA and Tesco and you're like, look, so many hundreds, i.e. thousands, because of the rotation of people throughout the day. So you have thousands and thousands of listeners, and we're like, look, we're advertising for Tesco and IKEA to thousands upon thousands of people. Can you please make a donation? I know this sounds like a joke, but I'm actually not. You're only joking. Yeah. And also, I'd like to thank everyone out there. You know who you are that have your secret humble projects that help Ukraine without people ever knowing. You guys are the best. I have a whole new batch of numbers on my pinned tweet, so you can go to my timeline and check out my pinned tweet. Some people have been asking for who else to call, so it's on my pinned tweet. Maybe MriyaReport will be like when you walk into IKEA, or maybe it'll be at the ball pit, the MriyaReport ball pit. I don't know if y'all have. Maybe that's a very American thing to have a ball pit at your IKEA. But in LA, we have a ball pit.
Well, hark at your fancy IKEAs. We don't have an IKEA in Estonia. It's very strange because we're really not that far away from Sweden, but we actually don't have an IKEA, which is fine because I've never actually bought furniture. Yeah, it seems to be a bit of an oversight that they don't have one here. I'm not sure why. We've only just got Lidl. I was very excited when we got Lidl because our supermarkets here tend to be crap. Yeah, I was very excited about the Lidl, but we're still working on the IKEA, and people who buy furniture will be very happy when we finally get one, I'm sure. Okay, let's go to Denjon, please. Denjon.
Yeah, I want to go back to the tanks, but since you brought up Lidl, I must say the closest supermarket to me is Lidl. I refuse to put my foot inside. Long queues, one till open only, and yeah, now it's a disaster. I don't know. I feel sorry for you. Anyway, and then yeah, about the IKEA. Yes, most of the Swedish fun have some kind of fun for the kids. But I didn't know they were also selling furniture. I thought it was only the restaurant with the meatballs. But anyway, there you go. Back to the tanks. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a mechanical engineer, but I mean, isn't the propulsion system that's kind of low tech in the in the big picture of it. It wouldn't be the, I don't know, the target finding and other stuff that would be more complicated to do. But, you know, diesel engine and a gearbox should be quite simple. If they can't even manage that, then something is wrong, I would say. I don't know. Am I wrong? Maybe it's very complicated.
I'll go to Nala on that one because he probably knows.
Well, I'm not sure that I actually know, but I've heard that the propulsion system, wasn't it like a normal diesel engine that they couldn't make? I mean, a diesel engine that is from the late 1800s, you know, still. And in our IKEAs, we don't have a ball pit, we have a mosh pit, and it's for the kids and the dads.
Yeah, to answer your question, so there's no fancy gas turbine or anything like that in T14 Armata. They are using exactly the same series of engine that they have used since the 1930s. So it's a double turbocharged diesel engine. It's a very vintage piece of machinery. I think I seem to remember that the issue they're having with the T14 Armata is fitting that much engine inside it. So it's the kind of the layout of the powertrain versus the chassis that they are having problems with. Yeah, and especially given that the T14 Armata is supposed to be a kind of a common chassis with with a number of other systems. So there's the T14 Armata. Well, the Armata is a misnomer, right? The tank is not called an Armata. The tank is called T14. Armata refers to the Universal Combat Platform, which is a vehicle family that is supposed to include the T14 tank, the T15 IFV, and also 2S35 self-propelled gun. So it's supposed to be a kind of common piece of engineering technology to support a wide variety of different combat vehicles. And as most of you will probably know, well, as is obvious, different vehicles require different stuff to go on the hull. And so if you're having issues with a platform that's actually fairly small and an engine that's massive and you can't quite fit it all together, then you've got problems. So this is a program that has been, God, I mean, it's ongoing, right? They were at functional test vehicle in 2015. They've only managed to produce 20 vehicles. It's far too expensive. It can't move properly. I mean, they've just not overcome the basic engineering challenges. But there's nothing particularly new about the engine, as you say, Denjon. It is just a diesel engine, and it's an engine they're very, very familiar with because they've been doing this since the 1930s. Same with the Chinese, right? In these, there's just not been very much innovation when it comes to this. When it comes to building engines in China either. So the example I like to give is the VN20 heavy infantry fighting vehicle. Now, the Chinese haven't let anybody look inside this yet, but they did show a video. They did release a video of a Chinese mechanical engineering crew replacing the engine or lifting the engine out of a VN20. And the nerds who know about diesel engines said that is a British Perkins diesel engine from the 1960s. What is a Perkins diesel engine? Well, Perkins is a British manufacturer of very large engines, and it's owned by Caterpillar. And so the mainstay of their business is they make the diesel engines that go into Caterpillar bulldozers and diggers and things like that. So what the Chinese did was they got their hands on a really, really old Caterpillar bulldozer, and they took the engine out, they reverse engineered it, and they made that extremely old engine the basis of all of their heavy military propulsion. Right? So that's where they are with innovation, just nowhere. And it looks like the Russians are really no different. Denjon, did you want to come back?
No, I think you answered my question. But yeah. Yeah, I got it. Thanks. Thank you. I don't know what to say, but yeah, I thought it was something like that.
Splendid. Let's go to Roos, please. Let's go to Roos.
Yeah, some more info about this marvel of an engine, because it's a marvel. They, both before and after they managed to construct this engine, they have tried in Soviet Union and Russia to build better, stronger, lighter, more fuel efficient, probably not more environmental friendly, but they have always failed. They tried to copy the engines from Shermans and British tanks that were sent during the World War II. They failed. They tried to construct their own, but they were never quite as adept. For some reason, probably strike of good luck, this engine was what they managed to construct that suits their level of manufacturing technology. And that's why they use it. But it's amazing how old and inefficient it is compared to modern diesel engines. But also about the T14, the sad fact is that it doesn't at all fit Russia's, or at least Putin's, needs in this war, because he uses this war as a double genocide where he sends people who he wants to die from Russia into Ukraine. And the T14 actually doesn't place the crew in a ring of ammunition that blows them up as soon as they're hit. It actually tries to protect the crew, and that's not what Putin wants.
This seems monumentally stupid even by Russian standards. That is really bizarre that they haven't been able to get anything better than this, and that they haven't gotten further than this. It is almost like capitalism and competition in the innovation space actually works, where you get stuff that actually works. I don't know who was next. Is it Ukraine war update?
I don't see his hand up. I think it was Wojta next.
Oh, then we'll go to Wojta.
Yeah, okay. You caught me off guard a little bit. Yeah, I have shared amazing video of amazing tank YouTuber called MriyaReport about T14 Armata. So if you are interested about the development stages of T14 Armata, you can check on that, and you will find out why T14 Armata tank sucks, which is the name of the video. It is funny, Tim, that we have this conversation again, because it is complete deja vu to me. I think we are discussing the same topic with the same people, just a couple months later after that. Yeah, and if you will check on that video, you will actually find out, why it is so expensive, because, all the so-called air quoting development, is just the corruption money, which bought somebody yacht in the Mediterranean. Yeah. All from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll check that out. Thank you, Wojciech. Okay, now it really is CC. CC, you're up.
Yeah, someone reminded me. If anybody here wants to know why our Congress is deadlocked, it's in my pinned tweet. The explanation and the mechanics, what levers are being pulled and by whom. Thanks.
Have you changed the pinned tweet from the Mike Johnson tweet?
So now it's a
But you still
duo.
have
So now it's a Johnson tweet, but it also has the phone numbers on there. So the whole idea is not only is it to help Ukrainians save themselves, but it's also the why, we need to do this, why we are where we are, and why it's so urgent, as in hair on fire to call. So it's both. It's a twofer.
amazing. Yeah, things happened yesterday. I was supposed to retweet that, but um, yeah, things happened in my home.
Yeah, I've had a
I
couple
like to think
journalists who've written that are like, "Holy Mother of God!" So it's good that at least, I mean, I'd like to have a lot more. So if you guys can send us out into the world, because two isn't going to cut it, but it sure is a good sign that they were so shocked. Because I was when I was finding this information. It was just like, how is this even real that this is happening?
I'm actually gonna tag like the big Swedish newspapers in the tweet because I don't think they know. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna do that.
yeah, Jenny, that's the thing, right? It's like people just don't know. It's not that they're ignoring the scale of this, they just don't know. They just don't realize this is not happening incidentally. So yeah, I think that's ergo the shock. So thanks for doing that. I welcome anybody's input or ideas.
Could you please give us a 30-second walkthrough so we know what you're talking about?
Sure. Mike Johnson. So how the reason, so the tweet is the how and why Mike Johnson is holding the bill from the floor. And it's because certain oligarchs, and the whole explanation is there, have stopped. So they started with Louisiana. So just inherently, for anyone that doesn't know, Louisiana politics has always been very corrupt. Anybody in Louisiana can tell you that. So there's many people to buy off. They're known for that. I know someone right now that's in a court case that has to do with a different politician being bought off. A minor one, not a major player. But because their reputation precedes them, the oligarchs figured out Louisiana was the soft, pink, vulnerable spot to put pressure on, right? To get in. So they made friends with a group of people and started flying their huge, enormous oligarch jets into little old Louisiana. So much so that they couldn't even disembark. They couldn't even get out of their planes because none of the airports could even reach the door. So to me, that's such a metaphorical, poetic way of saying, like, of just illustrating how out of league Louisianans were. And I love Louisianans, don't get me wrong, but the ones that are bad, just, and the ones that just don't know, right? Like there's no heads up that, like, okay, here come the Russians in a big huge way, and they're not on tour, they're not on vacation. So just them pulling up is just that visual is in my head quite searingly. But so those oligarchs, the specific ones listed, worked in certain ways and are still working. So this is quite an active op that's happening right now. One of their marks married a Russian pop star. He was so ingratiated, i.e., honeypot. Her photo is there. I mean, she's a minor player, but it's just illustrative of the fact that this was so the problem was so pernicious that even the person that fronts American Ethane, which is their cash funnel, we all know that America at this point, a lot of us know because we've talked about it a lot. American Ethane made a donation, but this is about a lot more than just that donation.